The day two brings up many other sectors in this event. Like e-commerce, we have retail, we'll be covering telecom sector and healthcare and pharma. I would like to welcome our partners, security partner Fortinet, our associate partners Limelight, Neosoft Technologies, Nivedes, and our exhibitors TeamViewer and LifeRay. Moving ahead with the first panel discussion of the day, we would now discuss on how artificial intelligence is transforming the e-commerce industry. For this session, I would like to invite Mr. Karthik Sharma, Group Head, Governance, Elets Technomedia, as a moderator of the panel session. Joining him would be Mr. Abhishek Singh, Head IT, Chief FlightFares.com, and Mr. Sarvesh Dwivedi, Vice President, Lifestyle International Private Limited. Now, I would request Mr. Karthik Sharma to please take the panel session ahead.
Hello, everybody. I welcome you all in this very important panel discussion on a very significant point and a relevant point, relevant topic to be discussed in these times, that how artificial intelligence is transforming the e-commerce industry. And we have eminent panelists from very eminent organizations to discuss on this very important issue. And I welcome them on this virtual stage. Mr. Abhishek Singh, Head of IT in CheapFlightFares.com. Mr. Abhishek, welcome to this discussion.
Hi, Karthik. Good morning. Good morning, Sarvesh.
Thank you. And I also invite Mr. Sarvesh Dwivedi, who is Vice President of Lifestyle International Private Limited. Sarvesh from Lifestyle. Welcome, Sarvesh.
Thanks, Karthik. Good morning to you. Good morning, Abhishek. Nice to see you both.
Good morning, both of you. And let me start this discussion with discussing something on this current timings. As you all know that the world is facing COVID-19 pandemic crisis, and scenarios have been changed. People are adapting to the new normal, and everybody is looking after transformation. And we are witnessing transformation in various sectors. I guess it can be also be with the e-commerce industry and also with the retail industry. So while we are discussing e-commerce industry, I would like to ask you that how do you see the change in the environment or a transformation in this industry, and how these modern technologies, maybe artificial intelligence or machine learning or automation, how are they, their role is increasing, or how the IT's role is getting increased? So my first question will be from Abhishek Singh, who is heading IT for CheapFlightAffairs.com. Abhishek, how do you see the transformation post COVID-19?
So, Karthik, things have changed. So, as we all know, travel or aviation sector or the hotel industry have been one of the most digitized industry vertical. So, right from what we see from planes to airports to hotel check-in systems, and even getting into the retail side of e-commerce, travel was one of the pioneers into the space. Whether it is the Yatras, Make My Trips, or some smaller players like us in the system, or even the bigger giants. So everybody is kind of facing what I'll call a tsunami of disruption. So probably three questions which everybody is asking themselves is that what should we do, what is the future, and how do we design the new profitability matrix amidst all this chaos that's happening. So so in our particular industry vertical, the highest expense item that we see is marketing and the customer support. These are the two things that are going to change drastically. We will see a lot of conversational bots, intent recognition tools, natural language processing coming into the play for most common queries that we might have. Okay, is my check-in confirmed? How much baggage do I want? I just want to refund or cancel my flight kind of scenario. So most commonly asked questions or FAQs kind of a scenario will be taken over by bots or conversation bots in very near future kind of scenarios. Another thing where AI ML will switch in or pitch in very fast in our industry vertical would be fraud detection
Yeah.
and quality and monitoring. So while you know that all whenever you call a call center, you get a recording that this call will be recorded and maybe used for training and quality purposes. So that particular process, which is uh, 80% manual right now, will be 85 to 90% automated and will be dependent upon entire AI ML engines in very near future. And then all the monotonous back office accounting processes, whether it is ERP entries, settlements, will go on to a bot or RPA kind of a scenario. So we see disruptions coming in all over place and very fast and very efficiently.
Right. So these will be some transformations you mentioned, and I hope it will be for good for the industry. Sarvesh, I would like to ask you that a prominent company in retail like Lifestyle, and I know that you have a great experience of e-commerce industry for years. You worked in various e-commerce companies, but I would like to ask you, what will be the impact or transformation in the business of a lifestyle of a company like a Lifestyle post COVID-19, and what will be the now role of AI and modern technologies in maybe e-commerce or in retail industry, please?
Sure, Karthik. So, Karthik, before I get into that, I'll just tell you that any retailers and retailer like us, we go where the consumer is. So our ultimate motto is where the consumer is, how the consumer is behaving. We'll try to address the consumer in that manner. I'll give you an example. Recently, I took a risk. I went out to one famous Chinese restaurant in Bangalore. Nobody was there. I was one person there, and there was one more person sitting there. So, out of curiosity, I asked manager of that restaurant how much business you are doing compared to pre-COVID lockdown time. So he said, "Sir, we do around 10% business." So I said, "That's very sad." So he said, "No, sir, but there's a good news." I said, "What's the good news?" He said, "Whatever I used to sell online, which used to be around 10% of total business, trending now at around 40-45%. So see the shift.
Yes.
Experiential dining restaurant where their physical customers are coming and eating only 10% revenue, whereas online order from the same has increased 4.5 to 5x. So that shows how the consumer habits are shifting. They still want to eat. Something similar is happening, is well published in newspaper in our fashion retail as well, where we are seeing huge demand compared to pre-COVID level is coming in. So for some companies, it is trending up to 2x. For us, might be more than 2x. That kind of demand we are seeing it. So obviously, when demand is shifting, when the consumer behavior is shifting, we are trying to engage with them at that level. And that is what I agree what Abhishek said. So a business had a supply side. So there is a potential to utilize AI in supply side. For example, how quickly you can identify which are the top selling assortment, how quickly you can replenish them, how quickly you can recommend them. So example, if Karthik is coming in a week 2 times to buy online garments, okay,
Right.
so my tool, knowing your past purchases history,
Yeah.
recommend you something very customized to you. So knowing your brand habit, knowing your price point habit, something beyond that, which is knowing what is the highest selling volume. So, for example, if loungewear for us, which could be your track pants, joggers, whatever is, if it is selling more, so can this AI tool recommend you that? Okay, so this is where I see a lot of companies are investing their time, including us, where we want to use this capability to improve supply side of business. Second thing is that overall, how to overall engage customers with the right targeting. Like Karthik mentioned, marketing. A lot of people are spending a lot of money on marketing. Essentially, that's a targeting. So how you will target it? Again, AI or ML or NLP play a very big role here. For example, a customer can type shoes. What does he mean by shoe? Is it an open shoe? It is a closed shoe? Is it a black shoe? Is it a brown shoe? Is it a shoe above 1000? Is it a shoe below 1000? Knowing which is the highest volume for that particular shoe is coming, can a NLP read that and convert that into a discoverable product? So for customer, discovery of product becomes much easier. So, something else beyond that could be, for example, somebody doesn't know to call out. For example, there is a terminology peplum dress. Not many people would know what is that, but people know what could be some actress or somebody else is wearing that. And AI can recognize again this is search volume, how many have been searched, and they can just publish that into whatever local languages or whatever language they are using in that language. So something targeting can become more important. Knowing that you have purchased in past, I am coming from fashion, a T-shirt 2-3 times, then obviously you should be recommended a track pant. A track pant can be recommended because that is what we are seeing in volume. Similarly, for grocery side, you know that every week you need to buy certain items. So system should recognize it on every third or fourth day. An automated notification with your ready basket should come to you. In that ready basket, something which is very COVID related, that should also get added, recommended to you. That is what AI is planning to do, and we are also planning to move towards that. That's one side. Second side is that we have a lot of asset, which is our brick and mortar store. In those stores, what new age innovation we can bring in using AI. For example, smart recommendation. You buy a white T-shirt. Along with white T-shirt, what latest pants will connect with that? So that recommendation can be given in the store. No need of a sales staff telling you. Stores have started operating, and that we can do it. So in short, you can improve supply side, you can improve engagement side. Third was customer experience, where chatbots can come. They can solve your queries, whatever you are asking, in a very smarter and faster way versus their learnings. So that is how I'll suggest, or I'll say this is what we are doing as a company, and this is what most of the retailers are also doing.
Right. Very nicely explained about this new scenario, how you are transforming your organization. But I would like to ask Abhishek that in India we have a variety of people. Like we have multiple dialects, multiple languages, multiple geographical areas. So how challenging it is, or how AI can help in this scenario in e-commerce? If you can throw some light on that, Abhishek.
So, this is a very typical problem that happens not only in Indian market but also in the US or the global markets as well. So, where we have a lot of different dialects. So, English can be spoken as American, Indian, British, or in Australian dialect. Similarly, the Chinese, Vietnamese, Latino, Spanish. And coming into India, it's typically revolving around Hindi, Gujarati, Bengali, Tamil, and Kannada. Though Malayali, Marathi has been so vernacular bots or conversation bots is something that is coming into play, and NLP tools. So you can develop all your own dictionaries and do those intent analysis yourself, or you can rely on the Googles, the Azures, or the AWSs of the world, which have Indian language capabilities now built in, and they are doing a pretty fine job in terms of the conversation and intent analysis on Indian languages as well. So it's a complex world. It will take time to create those intent engines, depending upon organization to organization. While from a travel perspective, my intent is travel. From a lifestyle perspective, it might be fashion or grocery or even a COVID-19 kind of a shopping thing. So, but conversation is something which is being researched and done at a very fast pace by most of the top solution providers and system integrators. And there are solutions available which we are also trying out and integrating in our scenarios as well. And they are giving pretty good results in most of the cases. In complex scenarios, people still like to feel the human touch, so that still exists. But in more simpler scenarios, and especially the younger generation, Generation X and Generation Z, is more comfortable talking to the bots and are more tech savvy, and they avoid human interaction. They are more into machine interaction, and they are happy doing that.
Right, right, Abhishek. Thank you, Mr. Sarvesh. I would like to ask you that now in the new situation, how do you see um the change in the sales process or the employee management in your organization? How you use technology in these segments? Please tell me.
Sure, Karthik. See, Karthik, as I already mentioned, the habits are changing. Now, post-COVID, habits would have changed. For example, people are buying a lot more online today. So they are becoming comfortable buying online. They are discovering the benefit of online. And as rightly highlighted by Abhishek, there would be some categories, there would be somewhere where touch and feel is needed. That will take time to switch over, but still a lot are shifted. Okay, now in this new scenario, how your sales process or how are your overall process should improve is a very interesting question. Now it depends upon which stage of development or digitalization you are at with respect to your organization. There could be somebody who I will rate. They will be in tier one with respect to processes systems. So most of the e-commerce companies, they're completely digital ready. Their backend data, their front end data, everything is aligned, and their integrations with multiple sellers, they are on the top. So they everywhere they are moving very fast. So all data are captured very quickly. Similarly, their consumer data, because of their nature of business in e-commerce, is also captured in a very structured manner. Then there could be tier two type of companies where those companies are investing a lot in catching up with those tier one kind of companies. That is where I will say that a company like a large retailer like us is there, where we have a fantastic understanding of brick and mortar, and plus we have very good data understanding of brick and mortar. At the same time, we have a huge understanding of our e-commerce as well, which we are running it. However, when it comes to understanding the consumer behavior the way a larger player can understand, a larger only digital player can understand, that is where we are catching up, and we are catching up very fast as a process. So what we are doing, we have developed our in-house capabilities with respect to capturing these data using multiple external third-party tools. At the same time, we are tying up with some external players as well to capture this data. Second thing is that sales process, if I have understood correctly, is something which is internal. For example, a customer can place an order today on lifestyle online, and that order can get fulfilled from nearest store of that customer. So it is not necessarily getting fulfilled from our warehouse, which is there. So in this sales process, who gets the credit? So we have taken a very simplistic approach. Wherever customer is coming in from, that channel gets the credit. And obviously, there is understanding that this much can be given to fulfillment, this can be given to somebody else. So that kind of understanding, we are developing it. I hope I am able to answer that, or you meant by sales process something else, Karthik.
No. Actually, the on the same point you discussed. So I would like to also know that you said the third party, external parties, you try to roll in. So can you explain more on that, like in terms of AI and machine learning? How do you collaborate with third party?
Let's say, for example, there are multiple third-party tools, right? There are tools which can give you price optimization. For example,
Yes.
with them, you decide that in a particular SKUs, in a month you want to sell 10 pieces, and you want to optimize it for rate of sale or ROS. So that particular tool will help you recommending the price, keeping in mind certain kind of margin you want. For example, you can start selling at 100 rupees, and per day it was supposed to sell one piece, and it sold only 0.75 piece. So then that tool will tell you, okay, now you need to give little discount. Let's see where it moves. So that it automatically system takes care of that instead of somebody manually working on that, right? So this is something which can happen. Second, there are some forecasting. So on a demand side, there are some forecasting tools. What they do, they read the social noises. For example, they are seeing that in a particular song, some person is wearing some dress, a lady is wearing a nice dress. They can anticipate that this dress potentially can become a big winner. Then that dress attribute can be matched to the similar dresses which is there in your particular website, and that so you can run a campaign based on that dress. So this is what some third-party tools which we are trying to engage with and develop this capability.
Right. So you have huge data, you have expertise to deal with that data, and you are capable of doing a lot of innovations in coming times with that data. That I understand from what you say. Abhishek, I would like to ask you the same thing. In coming times, what tech innovations can happen? In coming scenario with AI and machine learning. How do you see more innovations happening, and what kind of innovations do you see?
So Karthik, innovations typically have no boundaries. So there is a lot of change in the partnership scenarios that we see. So most of the companies who are cash rich will be looking at partnering up with startups who have innovating solutions, and evolving companies or for players who have experience in handling such kind of scenarios. So, but whatever we do or whatever strategy we evolve at, depending upon our organization or stage of maturity, we should understand that our internal teams will need more and more help in adapting to those systems. Like pointed out also that who to give sale credit to in case the delivery or the fulfillment is happening on the store, so that all things needs to be inculcated. However, sustainable IT solutions and IP creations, any kind of solution that you create or adapt should have an underlying intellectual property along with it. That will help you grow and innovate much faster, whether it is recommendation engines or price point engines or supply chain automation or front end changes on the UI UX of your e-commerce platform, whatever it may, but it should be underlined with an intellectual property that needs to be created for the business, because that intellectual property will give you the definitive edge when we are out into the business and things start to get normal, or even if there is a new disruption that is ahead of us which we don't know of. So anything that we do, whether it is bots, pricing engines, recommendation engines, or uh, conversation, natural language processing, should be uh, tied up very strongly with the business values of the organization and create those things to maintain that edge going forward.
Okay, thank you, Abhishek. Sarvesh, I would like to ask you that do you think there is a need of capacity building or reskilling of employees to deal with the new ways, to the new normal, or to the new implementation of new innovations? Do you see the need of?
Yeah, so I totally agree. All of us see the way the new things are happening, the new innovation is happening. Everybody needs to upgrade their skill set, and people need to get comfortable using tools, using more of analytics, using more of data going forward. Because going forward, these are the basic things which will help you in taking right decision. And a lot of innovation, B2B innovation, is happening in this domain, and those domains will help you optimize your business and collectively achieve company's goal. So I think 100% company needs to keep a separate budget to upskill. Company needs to keep separate team or bandwidth just to educate and upskill current set of people. See, the point is that we all have honed our skill. This is a 10-year back scenario. Suddenly, in a post-COVID scenario, everything is going a very faster way. When it is going such a faster way, in a very digital way, then you need to upskill yourself very fast, and that is where you will be able to cope up. Otherwise, the companies who have better tech, who have better innovation with them in medium to longer term, they will be winner versus somebody who doesn't have.
Right, right. So,
Yeah, so
yeah.
I'd like to add here is that whenever we are talking about capacity building and the skill set building here, the companies will also need to change their hiring strategy as well. So while what's happening is that if it's a retail company, they are hiring typically everybody from a retail background. If it's a travel company, they are hiring typically everybody from a travel background. And manufacturing hires from manufacturing, banking hires from banking. We need to break that barrier. We need to allow talent to come in from various places so that the mutation happens within our organization as well. We have those new age or cross industry genes embedded into our organization so that we can learn from other industry verticals and adapt much more faster. So that kind of transformation within the organization will also be part of the future strategy as well.
So, Abhishek, as a head of IT, do you see expansion in a team of a CIO or an IT team expansion, or do you see a more empowered and a larger role of IT head now in the organizations? How do you see that?
See, empowerment is something that comes as a result of delivery that has happened over a period of time. So I would say yes, most of the CIOs have been able to handle the situation pretty fine, depending upon the budgets individually everybody would have had. It'll again burn down to the same CFO or the same balance sheet query that what is the profitability margin there. And if there is a story that will increase that profitability margin, yes, there would be an increase, but they de facto or by default there is some extra budget, I think, lying with most of the CIOs and the CTOs and the digital transformation leaders to hire more in their teams or invest more into the tools. There is some ample budget available. How it will be spent over the period of time will depend upon the cash flow of different organizations at different levels.
Savesh, what do you think? Will there be more IT buying in organizations like yours in terms of buying of modern technologies like AI and machine learning? Do you see more IT buying?
So, like Abhishek said, right, the focus obviously is where the consumer is. Now, consumer is switching to digital medium. So, obviously, the investment where we see the better ROI will get allocated there. So, that's pretty much sums it up. I think that is what even we are looking at it.
Right. So we have left with a few minutes in completing this session. Lastly, I would like to ask both of you to sum it up in your way and just give a hint that next 1 year or the next couple of years, where do you see this e-commerce industry in terms of using modern technologies? So I will start with Abhishek. If you can sum it up, this discussion, please.
Yeah. So not be replaced. You will still need a team of people to help you work and maintain that emotional balance or emotional connect to the business that you are in. Because without that emotional connect, you'll not be able to serve the customer. It's not about white shirt; it's about convincing the person to buy that right kind of white shirt. So
Right.
even with all the tools, there will be a team of people and emotional intelligence, human touch that will be required. More monotonous things will be taken over by robot, machine, RPA, whatever we may call it, much faster than we predicted. So the turn of the century probably will happen before the mid of century.
Right. Perfectly summarized. Savesh, I would request you to please share your closing remarks and sum it up, please.
Sure. See, like Abhishek said, see whether AI, ML, NLP, or any other kind of tools, which will come into e-commerce or any modern business. Remember that those are tools in the hand of human, right? It depends upon how we are utilizing those tools, how fast or how correctly we are utilizing them, and how our manpower is educated to use them. Ultimately, these tools will come. They will help you in taking better decisions. They'll help you in becoming more efficient. When I say efficient, with respect to overall approach, process, and profitability. But finally, the decision will remain with the man or the human who is there. So I think I see in next coming years, the way e-commerce has become very big. E-commerce itself is a new industry which is dependent on a lot of data. Going forward, I see next 5 to 10 years time, I see that both man and artificial intelligence, they sit together and they do the best to give the best possible consumer experience and best possible profitability to any organization. So that is what I see. A very collaborative kind of relationship between both.
Right, rightly explained, Mr. Sarvesh. Data is the key. Human intervention is still unavoidable, and you have to. A final decision is in the hand of human. More emotions should be taken care of, as Abhishek said. Definitely, technology is still an enabler only, and we'll have to see it like that. And we are all hoping after this discussion that yes, with these new technologies like artificial intelligence, e-commerce industry will flourish, but in its own way now after COVID-19. So thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. Thank you so much, Abhishek and Mr. Sarvesh and Mr. Abhishek, for joining us. And thank you so much. Here we wrapped up.
Thanks,
Thanks, Abhishek.
thanks.
After a wonderful session hosted by Mr. Karthik Sharma, now we'd like to move ahead with our next panel, which is on retail sector. The topic of the panel would be how will the retail industry embrace the new normal? For this panel, I would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Kothari, Head IT, Prince Pipes and Fitting Limited, as a moderator. Joining him will be Mr. Shobhana Lele, Chief Information Officer, Bombay Dyeing, and Mr. Rajesh Sehgal, Chief Information Officer from Hero Cycles. I would also like to invite Mr. Umesh Madhyan, Associate Vice President, Supply Chain, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages India Private Limited. I would now request Mr. Sandeep Kothari to please take the panel ahead.
So let's start with the introduction. So Shobhana, I will request you if you can please start the introduction, and then we will go in the circle. Over to you, Shobhana.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me on this panel. So to give a brief introduction of myself, I'm basically an IT professional. I have about 20 years of experience in various industry domains like chemicals, FMCG, pharma, retail, also manufacturing and realty. So currently I work with the Bombay Dyeing and Manufacturing Company as the VP IT CIO. And prior to this, I worked with BSF, Heinz and Sanofi. And as part of my professional journey, I have basically handled a number of technologies, right from the ERP to the CRM to current technologies in terms of cloud, AI, RPA, etc. So I'm really glad to be part of this forum and contribute.
Thank you, Shobhana. Rajesh, we will request you to, if you kindly please introduce yourself, Rajesh.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rajesh Kumar Sehgal, and I'm working with Hero Cycle as a CIO, and having an experience of around 30 years in the field, working in different domains, especially like in the last 15 years, I'm in the automotive sector and worked in fertilizer, textile, other domains, and hands-on experience of implementing various projects, especially on SAP, and right now working on the digitalization work, like how do we do the automation in our manufacturing sector. Thank you for giving the opportunity to be the part of this panel. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Rajesh. Hi, Umesh. Umesh, we will request you, please, kindly, you can introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Good morning, everyone on the panel. Morning, Sandeep. Thank you, the CIO National Conclave, for this opportunity. Happy Ganesh Chaturthi to all the viewers. Hope all of you are safe and floating around these turbulent times. My name is Umesh. I used to head logistics for Coke about a few months back. As of now, I am the Associate Vice President for Supply Chain. And so I have been known for loving too much into tech and too much into innovation, and I'm the only odd man out between these stalwarts of IT on the panel you see. So I'm mostly known for doing innovation around tech. I have done a lot of WMS, TMS, ASRS implementations, 20 years of experience, mostly FMCG, and currently in beverage with Hindustan Coca-Cola, based out of north of India. Happy to be part of this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Umesh. So I will also give you my quick brief introduction about myself. I have been into this IT industry since last 3 decades, and I have worked with the retail sectors, then food and beverage, hospitality, and manufacturing. So while in this entire journey, I have been into the leadership role since last 12 years. And in the current role also, we are doing a lot of innovation, or you can say we are investing in emerging technologies like RPA, AI, ML, and business process automation. So we already have started the journey with a couple of processes, and we are looking in a big, long way. Fortunately for us, our organization, we are investing in IT, and as we move further, we will get to know what we, along with your learnings, all three of you, it will be a good learning for me, and where we can implement your experiences in our organization, and we will take it offline as well with all of you. So this is what we are. I have worked with the brands like Wonder Chef Home Appliances, Baggett, then food and beverage company called the Travel Food Services, where they have the food and beverage brands like Copper Chimney, Iris House, and whatever outlets at Bombay, Delhi, Chennai, Calcutta, what you all see, apart from branded outlets like Domino's and all have been under our brand name. And we have the master franchisee for a company called Relay, RELAY. They are the competitor of WH Smith. It's a French company. It's Lagarde Services. So this is all about myself. Thank you so much for giving for all of us. So to begin with, I would like to know your views on what new technologies or strategies you all implement in this current COVID situation, and how it will help your organization, and what is your take on that. So I will go on that.
So I'll start with my.
Yeah, Rajesh, thank you.
See, pre-COVID, post-COVID. Post-COVID is not the name. Basically, we have started living with the COVID, right? It is not that the COVID has gone, right? So now we are started living with the COVID. So with this, and the business scenario has totally been changed. The pre-COVID scenario, wherein people used to go to the shop, do the shopping, everything has been changed. Now the era has come where we have to be close to the customer at their home, in their hands, on their devices, right? So my view on that as an industry or strategy point of view, we have started thinking that how do we reach to the customer's hand, to their homes, wherein they can see the products, they can see everything, and they can shop in from there. They can do the online shopping from there. So this is my call on this COVID scenario. After the COVID, we
Yes, so, Rajesh, for you, particular your product line, which is the cycles. So, what challenges you might face, to bring it to the customer level? Because you are you will go to the retailer, dealer, distributor, dealer, and your tertiary and your end users. The journey is because your product is also a bit bulky, so it's difficult.
Yes.
Like how we are going to overcome that challenges.
More onto the B2B business, wherein we are giving to the dealers and dealers are again selling it to the retail customers, right? But like for example, we have started the e-com business with Amazon and Flipkart, and we have seen that there is a buying from their sites also. So we are planning to put up the digitalization on our product also, wherein people can see and check that okay, these are the products available, and then they can reach to the dealer, and from there the shipments can be done.
Okay.
Directly to their homes.
Looking at the digitalization within themselves also. So, is your organization helping them to take this journey ahead, or how is it?
Yes, we have started some of the applications wherein we have to the B2B. From the customer angle, we are in a phase of evaluating the other forms of digitalization like e-commerce platform, and then we have this strategy to roll this out.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rajesh. Thank you so much. Yeah, either Shobna or Umesh, you would like to take this question?
Okay, I'll go. So I think from a industry standpoint, the retail industry to a large extent has been an early adopter of technology compared to other sectors. So to that extent, I think some amount of technology rollouts had already started even pre-COVID. But I think COVID has brought out the real importance of how technology can really play a role in the business. So technology now becomes not just a backend supporting kind of a function, but it becomes a function which contributes to the part of the organization strategy. Because a lot of the strategy will depend on how the technology will help you to reach the customer, right? So for us, I think that is the way we look at how we can redefine the strategy. I think e-commerce definitely was playing a good role earlier, and it's playing an even bigger and better role post that we have seen. I think what will also help in the new normal is how we can give the customer an experience of an omni-channel. Okay, again, this concept was there earlier, but the focus is much more now, because although the customer is virtual for us, we are not able to physically engage with the customer. So how can we do a phygital type of an experience for the customer? So whether it is a virtual store, whether it is customization of the products that the customer wants, and how can we keep the customer engaged in this type of a situation? I think that is what the focus would be on.
Okay. So now one particular question now, see all organizations, of course, we all talk the digitalization and the virtual stores, and plus people will do online shopping. But there is a still great amount of thrust which we have to give on how do we bring back the customers to your brick and mortar stores. It will not go away so soon.
Absolutely.
So of course, how is the strategy revolving towards that as well?
Yeah, so that's where this omni-channel or the phygital, it's a combination of both the physical store and the virtual store. How can we bring a kind of synergy between these two and give that to the customer, so that there is a feel of a physical store, okay, but maybe the physical store does not have entire stock of the material that the customer is looking for, but that's something that we could deliver at his doorstep, right? But he could do a make and feel of the available product lines or the available designs, etc. Okay, at the physical store. So it's a combination that we really need to work out and see what comes out as the best for the customer.
Yeah, because see,
But yes, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Brick and mortar is not going to go away. We definitely need a feel and touch of everything that we really buy. I personally know that because I personally always prefer to feel before I really buy. So I do think that that will not go away. But at the same time, we need to look at how do you sustain the costs of having a physical infrastructure with having the customers come in, where there is a scare of how do I go physically to the shop and things like that. So there has to be a balance that we have to really work out between the physical and the virtual space and see where the customer fits in best.
Yeah, because as Rajesh has also mentioned in his discussion, that we are living in COVID and we are going to live in COVID situation. So how do we do that balancing of brick and mortar and our digitalization? Because as you rightly mentioned, that was I was about to tell you.
Because looking at how the customer can feel comfortable coming inside the shop, with all the safety, okay, still get what he wants, he or she what he wants from the shop, and how we can deliver the products to his home. So that's how the entire strategy will need to be worked.
Yeah, because if you see also that see how in this COVID situation, Domino's, how smartly they started delivering towards our end users, and so smoothly it went out.
Right.
And people have started accepting it also because most of this the products of Domino's are consumed by our kids. But so still parents were they were all ensured that yes, there is nothing going to happen with our kids because we are all sensitive again towards our kids. That's the first priority for all of us.
Yeah.
So how smartly they have done, they have used social media very nicely. They have used the telepresence very effectively as well. So I think this is what was the learning from the Domino's, one of the examples. Great.
Yeah.
Great.
And the other thing.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
No, please
I
continue.
think the other
please,
thing is also. Yeah, sorry. So how we can reach, the absolute rural areas. That is something also that, from a technology standpoint as well as from a delivery standpoint that, all of us will have to focus on, because it's fine for urban areas to have, all kinds of facilities available, but, rural areas still having internet issues, still having how do they connect, how do we deliver to the last mile customer, right? These are things that I think technology will need to work with the business teams to find a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have all infrastructure, physical infrastructure challenges as well. That is where your WMS or supply chain management will come into the picture. That is where we will love to hear from Umesh, because he is from the other side and he will give us a lot of insights on that. So we'll love to hear from you, Umesh.
Sure. So I think great discussion. I completely agree with what Shobna is saying, but I just have a different point of view on how do we focus non-conventional, non-general trade channel versus a general trade channel will actually be decided by the Mr. Consumer or the Mrs. Consumer, to be diversity neutral. So I think it will be important for the consumer to decide. Right now, the consumer is deciding very much non-conventional. The consumer is deciding very much online, very much at home. The E&D contribution, which was roughly about 20 to 25% for FMCGs, I think is no more there. It does not literally exist in many of the states. So I think definitely people who are more pro non-conventional, more pro online as a product design, I think they will benefit a lot. And there is a lot to do, like what Shobna was trying to articulate in terms of solutioning. But from a brick and mortar perspective, I think we will have to still find many more solutions, because eventually it can never go, Sandeep completely agree, it can never go again from the Indian context. There's Jio, which is having brilliant plans with Kirana, etc. And this is only going to be growing more. Now, how does the Amazons of the world and the online markets of the world capitalize on this situation and come out of COVID, post-COVID, whenever it happens, with a different contribution is something which we have to wait and watch. But I think it will be significantly transformational. It will not be normal. Coming back to the question of IT, I am a strong believer of tech, and I am a strong believer also of the myth that people have in India that technology comes at a price, and there's a lot of payback issues from an Indian context because people cost in India will relatively always be cheaper than other parts. There are solutions, there are the Make in India drive and hence solutioning which has happened in India, which could give a very, very good payback from a return on investment perspective. We have we have all the basic things in terms of connectivity with the distributor automation system, warehouse management system, transport management system, also an automatic storage and retrieval system, which is semi-automatic in about 2 of our sites and one fully automatic in 1 of our sites. So we have these solutions which we implemented already before COVID. There is a lot which we were doing in the transition, which is happening right now. But I think let's spend a little bit more time on what happens post the impact of COVID. Now let's also realize the impact of COVID has been magnanimous. It's not small. It has taken companies at least 3 years back, if not more. From a P&L perspective, from an operating income perspective, from all the P&L ratios which you may think of. So what's happening is there is a huge pressure on cash. There's a huge pressure on capital, which will continue. So people will very much pick and choose. These WMSs, ASRs are, I think, gone for at least 12 months, if not more. Unless there is some innovation solution which comes from an OEM, whether they can convert this into a TCO or a bolt on a or operating lease kind of model, where this becomes a little bit more lucrative from a cash perspective, attractive from a capex perspective. That is something which we are also looking at. We have already cracked a deal in the east of India for one of these solutions, and it's working pretty fine. We hope to go live Q1 next year. We had also implemented IoT, which was a complete shocker because doing RFID for a yard management track and trace will cost you about 15 to 20 million per site if you have roughly about 20 docks. But if you evaluate IoT for such a kind of solution, you can do it in probably 1/6 of the cost, is what we realized. So we right now are under implementation of this one site successful pilot into about 15 of our sites in India. So IoT is something which we will use. Going paperless is something which the industry as such, I can represent FMCG. I'm a part of many forums in North India and West India and all India. So people are thinking more on what do we invest on going paperless. People are thinking more on what do we invest on getting less people on board in a factory, in a warehouse, in a fulfillment center. People are more thinking on automation of many other things which they never thought of, like digital signature on invoices. It was not too important in India, but now it is because it avoids touch. E-way bill automation, which the government allowed. So the government actually thought much more ahead of time, which is good for us right now because the government is much more pro than what it was in terms of many reforms, including GST. So I think those are the things where FMCG will think of. Large capital investment, I think, are going to go on a back burner, especially for large bulk organizations and FMCG organizations. That will go slow. Paperless is something I think which will catch a lot of steam, including RPA. So that's the best I could crunch it, Sandeep, in so much of time.
No, so nice of you and so insightful. Couple of points to be taken from your. This thing is a operational lease, which will be beneficial to all of us, all the organization and even the financial sector and as a economy as a whole, because that is where OEM has to step in now. See, all these years they have earned from us. Now it is their time to give back to the society and give back to the government and to all of us. So I think there is very valid point to mention, and that is where we should stress upon with our OEM partners as well, instead of burning our precious capital in this current situation here. And it is going to go for another 1.5 to 2 years at least. So we'll have to preserve cash for next 2 years at least minimum, and then things will change. That hopefully it will change slowly. So coming back to the next, what is we wanted to know is what role of e-commerce will play in this current COVID and how it is going to help retail sectors, and will it secure the jobs? That's the thought process we would like to hear from your everyone's experience, because that is also very relevant to our economy and as a individual person as a whole as well.
Yeah, I think if you don't mind, I'll start with this in continuation with what I was trying to say. So to me, I think if you look at e-com and a non-e-com conventional channel, e-com is more people intensive as of now in India. You have very less automated Amazon fulfillment centers, sortation centers, which you see in Discovery as a channel and you see in YouTube's, which are not there too much in India, right? There are about 6 of them in India, which is recently automated. To me, from an order processing perspective, from an order taking perspective, from a consumer experience perspective, and also from a delivery perspective, will need more people. So I fail to realize why it will not help secure jobs. I think it should. Coming out of COVID, I'm sure, like I said, this contribution is to significantly transform. It will minimum double, I think, in countries like India. So I think that will only help more jobs, and there will be a lot of reduction in unemployment is what I look at it at that way. At the same time, from an automation perspective, more at the back end, there will be a lot many more opportunities, because please remember than a conventional channel. This is the main deterrent for this channel to grow in the recent times. There has been a lot of try. People have estimated a lot. In 2017-18, we heard that by 2020, this is supposed to get doubled. It actually did not happen, because the cost to serve to these channels will be very, very but from an employment perspective, I completely agree. It should secure more jobs. It should give more options for more jobs.
Right. Perfect. Yeah, Umesh, you rightly said, because the last mile delivery will still be physical only. Yeah, how much ever digitalization we do, there will be people involved, and there will be much more people involved. You can now on roads also see more of Swiggy bikes. Then
Swiggy's and Zomatos are all on the streets.
Oh, they are all on the streets. So, and including Amazons also, look at the heavy shack they carry behind their bikes. And it is good to know that, very rightly mentioned, is giving a lot of job opportunity, and it will still give. Very rightly said. Thanks. Yeah, Rajesh, you like to take this?
Yeah. So, see, I can see this post-COVID, earlier the companies who were not there on the e-commerce platform would definitely be thinking of this as a strategy to implement the e-commerce platform. Because right now the reach to the customer, as I started my note with this, that the reach to the customer is the most important criteria nowadays, right? So, like in our industry, we do not have any e-commerce site, but yes, we have planning to it. And if you compare the other countries, like for example the UK, if you see the cycle business there, it is more onto the e-commerce platform where people come and buy the cycles from the e-commerce site, right? So it is in our industry, but in every industry, I think that now the scenario has been changed, and people are thinking how do the technology can bring in their products near to the customer, and how do they reach to the customer, and how do they serve to the customer. But after sales service is also one of the criteria. So I think that secure, they will find that more opportunities, like we have seen Swiggy, Zomato, all these has given a lot of employment to the people. Like we can see bikes running on that and carrying the foods to the people. So this is only one way of saying, and people will be more secure on the job, right? Especially on the tech side also, once people will start implementing all these things, so there will be a boom in putting up these things into actual scenarios. So the tech people will also be the shortfall in job. It will give a boost, probably maybe down the line from 3 to 6 months, right? Because right now the people are evaluating the platforms, that on which platform they have to go, they have to build different. So it will take time to finalize, but yes, we can see more e-commerce site going forward 6 months down the line. That is my only take on this.
Yeah, and Rajesh, in particular in your line of business, the servicing part is very, very critical. Maybe
Yes.
so and the supply of spare parts, and to answer the queries of customers and you are going to the rural areas where there will be a challenge of language also. Which gives regional languages option as well. So that is where it is beneficial. So your industry is very person specific, people specific while it comes to service. So you all will be giving a good employment opportunity, and which is good for the economy as well. Yeah, and the other point you guys rightly said that in UK the websites are e-commerce sites are there where people just go and buy there. Yes, there is a good opportunity for all of you, and that is where technology and CIOs like you will become a business partner once you open the e-commerce for them. So that will give a huge, top line boost as well, and the market standing will also increase for all of you.
Yes, we are planning for it, and there are a couple of initiatives we have already started taking in our organization for putting up all these things in place, right?
Okay. Yeah, good to know that. Good to know, Rajesh. Thanks. Yeah, Shobna, we like to hear from you, please.
You're on mute, Shobna, please. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, sorry. So from the business standpoint, I think we have already seen a lot of customers or, the business increasing a lot on the e-commerce front compared to the traditional channels that we were having, right? So I think e-commerce will definitely play a huge role going forward. And obviously, I think that will definitely result in a number of jobs for people. So I also completely agree that it will create a lot of jobs. It will also create a lot of seasonal type of jobs, because I know particularly in a country like India, you have the Diwali season, and then you have the Dasra season, and then you have all kinds of seasons where there are peaks of sales. So I think that's also something that will drive this industry in terms of peaks, and so there may be lows, but there could definitely be a lot of peaks as well. The e-commerce platforms, I think whether it's Flipkart or it's Amazon or whichever, so I think it will only increase more and more.
Do you have your e-commerce site as well? You sell on your website?
So that's not yet, because one has to see that the same product is available on different e-commerce sites, whether it really makes a lot of business sense to have it on your own site, because on your own site you're going to have only your own products, where customers don't really get to do a comparison of various brands or various other. So whether that is something that the customer would really prefer is something which is always debatable. And that's where I think we have a little, a step back on putting it on our own site. But yes, we are available on most of the e-com channels which are accessible to customers.
Yeah, so that also gives up an opportunity for the job seekers also. So, when you, of course, at this point of time, you might have taken the step back for your own setting up of your own website. I believe going down the line, it should be beneficial. Of course, you all think tanks are there.
Yeah.
So you all will definitely take care of that, and being a brand, so you don't need any further explanation to the customers as well. So here also in our principles also what we have done. So again, we are into purely into B2B. For here is that we want to reach to the last mile. Now say any plumber comes to your house, so we don't know where he is going, whether he's going to a house or whether he's going to a society. Now what has happened is that our interaction ends mostly at dealers, first distributor and dealer. We don't know who is the retailer or who is the end user. So that is where we are also now developing the application in such a way and giving it on a very soft side of the plumber. So wherever he goes, we do the geo-tagging. So that based on that geo-tagging, we want to know at least in which society he goes. So that is where we want to reach out to those levels. So of course, we are also trying our level best in spite of B2B. And as we all discussed that it's a seasonal, our business is also seasonal. So before monsoon, so the moment this lockdown has happened, our factories and all were shut for at least for 45 to 50 days. And the moment we were allowed to do manufacturing only in the month of June, like with all of us. But whatever stock we had when we started business, we did good, decent business in Q2. We were fortunate enough in this COVID situation. So we'd like to go to this, the last questions of our panel discussion. How will retail industry take it to the new norm in this COVID society, in this COVID situation? Any thought process on that, or we want to take it to the next level? How do you all like to say? Because that is one thing which I personally would like to. Shobna, you like to take it first?
Yeah, okay. I'll start first. I think from a new norm perspective, I think the first thing one has to realize is currently, companies are looking at, stabilizing, right? Because the last few months have been extremely tough on companies in terms of cash flow, in terms of revenues, etc. Right? So the first focus in the new norm is going to be stabilizing the operations, right? Bringing the situation to a level that the companies are comfortable in, to the level that they were pre-COVID, that I should say. Only after that, only once we are comfortable with the situation, right, that is when companies will look at using more and more investments if that is required. But I think the first focus will definitely be on stabilizing the current operations and looking at how the markets are now going to react in the unlock phase. Because everybody is stressed out in terms of cash, whether it is the consumer or whether it is the companies.
Absolutely.
Right? So how will the buying patterns of the customer change? Will the customer be actually ready to invest or put in money for non-essential things, or will customers still at this point only invest for things which are essential for them at this time? Right? Because the entire economy has been affected, a lot of people have been affected. Right? So I think we need to keep a close watch on how the reactions of the market are coming in the next few months in terms of the unlock. And only then, the new strategies, etc., will start getting defined and start getting in place. The first focus is stabilize operations and bring them back to normalcy.
Yeah, in this, there was one point you rightly mentioned, that we need to see the buying pattern of the consumers, how they are going to do in this stressful area, because see, everybody is stressed out because of the cash. That is where I believe, in my opinion, the technology like machine learning and AI will give the pattern of the based on the historical buying pattern, that how this will flow. I think that is where technology will play an important role for all the organizations. Great, thanks, Shobna. Thanks.
So Sandeep, on this, my call is that if you see the post-COVID or pre-COVID, the consumer purchasing pattern has been changed. Right now, he has to think, or the customer has to think, what is essential for him and what is not essential for him. Right. So the essential thing, definitely there will be a buying pattern. For the non-essential thing, that there will be a slowdown. But if you see from the customer behavior point of view, earlier what we used to do, we used to take the pattern from our data history for the last 3 years or 2 years down the line. What is the consumer pattern behavior? What things they are buying? What things they prefer to buy in factor? But now it has been changed. It is not that on the data you analyze and then you predict that, okay, this forecast for this or for going forward for next 3 months. Now it will be decided by the consumer that what product he is going to buy, right? So and this buying pattern will depend on how safe he feel to come to your stores, number one, and how safe it is to buy those products going into the places where he wants to buy it, right? So a lot of things needs to be taken into the consideration. So my call on this that yes, there is a, like for example, in our industry, there is a boom in after post-COVID, the cycle, especially we have orders to the extent we are not able to supply because of the back-end supply chains hits by the people migrant to their places, right? So going forward, yes, if I leave aside for last 3-4 months, wherein lot of hit has been there for all the businesses, but especially once this festival season will start coming, people will start coming, but to the area wherein they feel that they are safe, and from there they will definitely buy.
Yeah, as you rightly was mentioning, Rajesh, about the buying pattern, I was talking to my ex-employers, Wondershare Home Appliances. There was very peculiar buying they saw in kitchen appliances. They did roaring business here, and roaring business you can.
Because men have started cooking.
No, that's a good point, and that's one of the point which I was about to tell all of you. So they did phenomenally good business on. They are on 13 e-commerce channels, and they have their own e-commerce channel which was doing maximum 50 lakhs per month. They did 3 crores per month in this COVID lockdown. And as you and Rajesh, when we are mentioning about the supply chain, even now they are facing that crunch. They don't have any inventory. Previously, inventory was at the tune of 100 crores. Now their inventory is dropped down to 30 crores. So that's the huge thing. And what has happened, what we were talking of Make in India. So a lot of material used to come from the Chinese companies. But now, again, this Make in India eruption has been so much that now even the Make in India, we have created opportunities for business. Now that is where they are unable to supply. That is where we are feeling the crunch. So buying pattern, yes, in certain areas, it has increased multi-folds. There's a classic example of, we can say, of the kitchen appliances, and rightly Umesh said, men have started cooking. So their preferences and everything has changed. And that's the one very important point we would like to highlight. Great, Rajesh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Umesh.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So I think from a shopper's perspective, the basket of shopping is completely changed, which is why we keep on hearing these news that the stabilization period which Shobna was talking about will change from organization to organization. Discretionary spends will obviously take the largest time. I think it will take more than 12 to 24 months. That is the period where people will literally start about discretionary spends. Essential items, non-discretionary, will have a disproportionate increase, like you said. We had all the friends in FMCG, Pharma, and all our groups, and we used to keep on chatting and sharing practices where we realized that Nestle, for example, was not having drivers. They were asking for drivers from us. Please give us drivers because we have stock, we can produce, we have huge demand, we are growing double-digit big time. It's almost many-fold is what the growth is in many urban cities. How do we actually supply? So I think, like one example which Rajesh also gave, you also gave, I think all of this is going to change dramatically. At the same time, increasing capacities and capabilities to serve more for essential items is also not sustainable because they are not too very sure that after stabilization, will this pattern continue or not? Maybe it will change. I think these are many other questions which people have from a shopper perspective. Coming back to a CEO or a CFO perspective from an organization, I think people are trying to look at it more from first stabilizing, of course, but before stabilizing, there is this real fact which has got absorbed that the top line is definitely not going to happen for 6 to 12 months. This people have absorbed. For us, for example, it's a global mandate that for all analysis, budgeting, comparison, benchmarking perspective, 2020 as an year does not exist. We will in 21 not look at previous year like we always do. We look versus BP, the business plan, and we look versus PY the previous year. But we are asked to compare business plan now with 2019. So 2019 is the normal, then we go to 21, 2020 is erased out of history. That's how it is exactly. So I think from an organization perspective, beyond sustaining all of this, it will become very important to focus on bottom lines. Because top lines have sacrificed and it is absorbed and agreed that it is going to get sacrificed for the near future. So people are more gung-ho about productivity, about taking juice out of what you actually implemented so far. I've been asked questions on, okay, you did TMS last year. You took so much juice out of TMS till Q1 of 2020. What next? What next can we do? people are even okay to look at changing and investing a little more on already invested technologies to make sure that you get the full juice out of it. So from a payback perspective, there will be a lot of pressure on return on investment on capital invested. And there will also be a lot of push on productivity, where I think I would urge the audience and the people in this panel to look at collaboration a little bit more seriously. Collaboration has a lot many big opportunity, unlike what we have been seeing in India right now. If you look at Europe, if you look at US, the kind of collaboration opportunities which happen, people make ketchup and beverage from the same PET mold. Shobna knows what I'm referring to. So there are case studies where people are collaborating at a very, very high level, at a very different level. So I think these kind of things, something which we'll have to more seriously start looking at. Collaboration is the way out of this unprecedented time for the next 12 months. We should collaborate on warehousing, collaborate on transport, collaborate on packaging, collaborate on raw materials, and also a lot on capacities which could relate to IT. A lot of server capacities, I don't know, web capacities, data services capacities, many capacities where people should look at collaborating, because everybody is having a capacity which was envisaged to grow over 2019. And your volumes are of 2016 now. So you're actually 4 years ahead of capacity in every matter of business, in every value chain. So how about sharing that? Somebody would have a shortage of transport capacity, somebody would have an excess of IT capacity, maybe, I don't know. So I think these are the opportunities which one should look at. And that is what more the management and the senior leadership team is expecting our associates to work upon. So that is one thought which I would want to leave the group at.
Yeah, fantastic. So this collaboration is a key aspect which we all will have to take care, and along with the organization to take care of their bottom line rather than their top line. Because if your bottom line is strong, it is healthy, then only you will be able to survive in this situation. Else, it will be difficult for any organization if they ignore the bottom line and just look at the top line. Top line will automatically come up, no? Because if things are good. If you don't survive, only what we will do with top line? Okay, so great. It was for me, it was a super learning from all of you. I thank each of the participants to stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you so much for your time. And Umesh, I wish you to be very safe. Rajesh, yourself, and Shobna, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sandeep. Happy to be part of this, and thanks for a great collaborating, Sandeep.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye-bye. Happy festivities.
Thanks. Just to give a one note on it also, like that, this post-COVID has also bring in one of the opportunity which we as an people of India can take it forward. Like it has given an opportunity that can we do something in India? Can we avoid China product or these products? So there is a lot of thing going on the Make in India concept. I would a lot of opportunities. And it will also boost the retail sector also, right? That is the only thing I would like to add in. Thank you very much. Thanks. It was a good discussion. I really take the input from the esteemed colleagues of mine in this talk. Thanks. Thank you very much.
So with this panel on how will the retail industry embrace the new normal, I would like to thank Mr. Sandeep Kothari for moderating the panel so wonderfully. So with this, I would request each and everyone for to move ahead for a networking break, and would request to please visit the expo. If you want to get in touch with any of the partners, you can simply click on the live chat option given on their booths to get in touch with the teams. With this, I would like to move ahead towards networking break and visit to expo.
this rebel. I'm going all the way. I'm going to another level. To another level. Let's go, let's go, let's go. To another level. To another level. Let's get it. To another level.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional IT solutions to the empowering Nivetus robotic process automation. Nivetus RPA is built with three powerful components. Nivetus RPA bots, they operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nivetus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nivetus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nivetus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution that helps enterprises achieve reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%, mature governance and scalability, more than 30% ROI in weeks, enhanced customer experiences. And that's not all. Nivetus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nivetus RPA today.
In today's world, customers expect to be known and valued through highly personalized service. Businesses need to adapt more quickly than ever before to meet these constantly evolving demands. To do so, industries around the world are looking for software solutions that solve these needs quickly and efficiently. LifeRay Digital Experience Platform is an enterprise software tailored for you and your organization's needs.
LifeRay DXP allows you to create portals, intranets, extranets, websites, and integrate with other systems to build connected experiences all on a single platform. LifeRay DXP is designed to help companies meet modern demands, meeting the unique needs of your employees and customers by providing powerful out-of-the-box features. Integrate, organize, and manage users and permissions. Share information across your users and organizations using built-in features such as blogs, message boards, and notifications.
Use forms and create workflows for user management and self-service, both of which can be built and automated with a simple drag-and-drop interface. Easily create, then iterate your web pages, leveraging LifeRay's auto-versioning and staging features.
In addition, achieve high-level security with enterprise security practices and protocols, and easily create GDPR-compliant applications. This helps your organization simplify the creation of secure, tailored solutions that will be relevant for many years to come.
Solutions built on LifeRay DXP can be deployed on-premises or on the cloud, with cloud support ready to go out of the box. Everything built on LifeRay DXP automatically adjusts to fit any device with the ability to create native mobile applications.
With easy scalability, companies can use LifeRay DXP to expand and replicate systems to match growing needs, using ready-to-use pre-built modules. It's built with technology standards that ensure compatibility with your development stack and your team's skills.
Join the many organizations around the world that use LifeRay DXP to improve their business processes, efficiency, and experiences to rapidly react to shifting customer demands and new advancements in technology. See what LifeRay DXP can do for you and become a leader in your industry.
In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that connectivity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator, based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This
So after a quick break, now we will move ahead with the telecom sector. To cover this, I would now like to invite Mr. Harshal Desai, Senior Correspondent, Elets Technomedia, for a fireside chat with Mr. Binayak Pradhan, Senior Director IT from Samsung SDS India. The topic of the fireside chat would be on digital infrastructure for remote workforce. Over to you, Mr. Harshal.
Hello everyone, welcome to the National CIO Summit, which is being organized by Elets Technomedia Private Limited and the Banking and Finance Post magazine, a bi-monthly publication which covers anything and everything related to technology in BFSI sector. I, Harshal Desai, on behalf of Elets Technomedia Private Limited, welcome you all for an interesting and exclusive conversation with Mr. Vinayak, who is working as a Senior Director in Information Technology Department at Samsung SDS India. Welcome, Mr. Pradhan, in this exclusive conversation.
Thanks, Harshal, for the nice introduction. So I am part of the Samsung SDS India, so which is a IT company within Samsung Group, and our parent company is Samsung SDS in Korea. We are the India entity, and we provide IT supports and consulting services to various Samsung subsidiaries, and we have external customer in Korea and India also.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. So today's conversation is on digital infrastructure for remote workforce. Very relevant subject. We all know how this pandemic has affected the entire world, and how this pandemic has affected the workforce, which is working in several organizations in different parts of the country. We have seen a new trend where people are working from home now in several companies, and we have seen this trend where several organizations and companies, not just in India but across the world, are promoting the work from home culture and the work from anywhere culture. So, to discuss this subject today, Mr. Vinayak Pradhan will be sharing his views, his opinion, his inputs, and his expertise in this forum. We all know SDS Samsung SDS India is one of the prominent organization. Mr. Pradhan just introduced and spoke about it. And I will now start with my first question, Mr. Pradhan. How do you think your take on the significance of digital infrastructure for remote workforce in the era of this pandemic?
So as you know, it's a new normal, to work from home, right?
Yes.
Overnight, so this was a requirement that everyone has to work from home, right? So we knew the situation, in Jan, Feb, things are coming. Okay, so we are preparing ourselves to provide work from home facility to all our employees. So, so remote connectivity, it was always there. Okay, but it was not in that scale. Okay, to cover all employees.
Yes.
So, so all of a sudden we have to prepare for everyone. It's just not for one entity. It is for all subsidiaries. The requirement could come, and the requirement is actually different for different subsidiaries, because especially in the Samsung, there are different kind of there is a R&D, there is a manufacturing, there is a sales. The requirement is quite different. Okay, so it was a very difficult situation, but I think we're well prepared, and so we had all the tools and mechanism to provide some kind of connectivity, and it was just to increase the capacity for such a huge number of users in all the areas. So that's what we did, and I think we managed well, throughout this last 3-4 months. And I think just before the lockdown, we were prepared and we had a good plan. And in fact, some of the upgrade, plan, we already ordered, to get some of the hardware to upgrade. Okay, so it was much before the lockdown.
Yes.
Though it was difficult to get things shipped from outside to India, then from Bangalore to Delhi, those we had the restrictions, that point of time in Bangalore, and but we could manage actually. We could upgrade and meet the requirement of all the subsidiaries. So it's just not one tool. There is combination of different tool, and again, when suddenly you have to work from home, you have to take care of the security, right?
Yes.
So as I told you, it is not just manufacturing. It is manufacturing, sales, R&D. There are different kind of R&D division. So they have different kind of requirement. So to cover all of them, there are strict security requirement and mechanism, and because there are different entity, it has to be segregated that way, so
Yes.
that we could do during this time. So I'm
Right.
happy that we could manage well.
Right. Right. Mr. Pradhan, we'd like to understand what digital data literacy and cybersecurity skills are required for this workforce, which is now working from home.
Yeah, I just given a hint that because everyone has to work from home, starting from a sales, marketing, service person, the contact center, right, and the R&D. And it's very difficult to provide it some. That during this lockdown, everyone moved to their hometown, right? Maybe without their laptop, carrying their laptop. So that means a requirement of using their own device, right? So it's a combination, right? You can have your own device, you can have office device, this is different combination. So security is very, very critical, and for that, our team has to be like prepared, and also there has to be a proper plan for audit or going through the security mechanism and policies once again, okay, and then the monitoring of all the security devices. Okay, we have to analyze the log, and if there are rules, those rules we have to cross check once again. So there are various steps, and the cyber security is very critical, because because of this situation, everyone trying to exploit the situation, right?
Right.
So more could be more attacks, so we have to be very careful and take necessary action to protect our data and protect our infrastructure. So, but it's just not connectivity, it is about security and the process in place. And if there is any enhancement, we need to have, so that we have planned, during this process.
Right. So how Samsung SDS India is helping organizations across the world or across the country with Samsung's products and technologies in this transition from working from office to home to a workforce which is scattered geographically.
Yeah. So I told you that we have the right tools and connectivity mechanism already in place. It is VDI connectivity. It could be a VPN connectivity, and so this kind of service is available all across the globe. Okay. So especially for the Samsung group. Okay. So there are so many Samsung entity. That there are many subsidiaries. So we have this kind of tool and mechanism in place. Okay, and do it across the world. And we are managing the India part. So so that is one part. Second part, for a remote working model, you need to have a proper collaboration tool. Okay, you need to have the communication tool. You need to have web conference solution. You need to have the audio conference solution, kind of to conduct your meeting, because you don't meet physically, right? So you need to have proper solution in place, which is easier, for the employees to use. Suddenly 90% of the workforce has to work from home. Maybe they are not trained to use, some of the tools, right? So as a SDS organization, as a IT company within the group, so we manage the entire thing. So that helped not only India, worldwide we could help. And some of the services we also sell outside, outside of Samsung, similar kind of requirement. So that is there. And as you know that Samsung Electronics is one of our subsidiaries. They provide the equipment. So the for this requirement, we need to have the smartphone, laptop, tablet, this kind of devices, right? So it's our services, their devices, that combination also helping worldwide.
Yes, yes. Okay, Mr. Pradhan, see, we are seeing the private organizations working from home. That is true, not just in India, but across the world. In India, one particular thing I want to ask you, that the governments have also started working from home. Government is also allowing their employees to work from home, right? We are seeing every government department has put limitations on the people coming to the office during the pandemic. So how Samsung SGS can help the government ecosystem also in the country when it comes to provide digital infrastructure for remote workforce?
Yeah, so I think Samsung SDS also takes part. Some of the projects. It's a government. There are various government organizations. So we also bid for some projects. So similar requirement. Sometimes we collaborate with the Samsung Electronics. So we can use their our services or our Samsung SDS has so many tools and services. Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe there are a lot of tools which are related to maybe smart factory related software. It could be a healthcare related software, and some of the devices. There are many more products. Okay, so especially for working from home or remote working, so we need what? We need a connectivity tool. Okay, you need a security, and you need some devices, right? So as a we can actually we collaborate with Samsung Electronics to give a solution around it. So wherever it is necessary, and sometime okay, you have to use some third-party solution, together, and we try actually as a SDS entity get into this space wherever it is
Right.
possible. Yeah.
Right. A lot of data is generated whenever in several organizations, in several processes and several work formats. How data can help businesses optimize remote work infra, and how it can help minimize the cost for the organization. If you can share your thought on this, sir.
Yeah, especially the data related to is remote connectivity and the workforce management. So at times we get requests from HR, to find out how the employees are getting connected, how much time they are connected. So maybe it could be a requirement because it's going to be a long term. Then we could require some system to uh, automate this kind of requirement. There are some tools already available in the market to find out the employee efficiency when they work from home. You know that there are many like US MNC also, people are working from India, working from home, and so that way there are tools already available. But for this huge kind of requirement, we can have our own tool or own analysis. We have different kind of logs available. Okay, if it's a VPN connectivity, if it is a VDI connectivity, it could be mailing access. So there are data available. Okay, so we use that data to find out the efficiency, and there are other mechanism also, like HR or the business manager try to find out themselves. But if you want to extract something from data, uh, it could be manual for the timing, but automated process to find out and extract data to get to know exactly how it is happening, how the employee efficiency and on meeting or how much they spend time. So that is possible.
Right, right. Okay, so one more question I would like to ask you, Mr. Vinayak Pradhan, how cloud computing comes into picture in all this? When you start developing software solutions, digital infrastructure for the remote workforce, what is the role of cloud computing in it?
Yeah, it has a big role. So if you look at I told you about Samsung. We are well prepared and we could manage. But there are many companies in India actually they struggle a lot. Okay, they didn't have the right infrastructure, right connectivity tool to provide remote connectivity. So because of this public cloud availability in India, and they could actually manage. So so it's not only for small startup; it is for the bigger corporate also. That's quite useful because cloud this infrastructure is already available. Okay, you don't have to buy. And as I told you already, it took time to get the shipment from for all the OEM. It took time because of the freights were not moving, right? And especially the public cloud, it was available and anyone can use quickly. And just we need to have the proper design to secure uh, uh, your connectivity to your intranet, and to access your the email site or your uh, different application, right? Uh, Again, for Samsung point of view also, so we also had a similar infrastructure available in cloud. So we had the same situation. We had, for example, the VDI, we had on-premise VDI, and we also had an instance in cloud. So because of this situation, because of this sudden requirement to provide a huge number of VDI to our user, so you could use cloud. In some of the requirement we could manage to cloud, and some of the requirement we could manage in house, and we could upgrade a little bit whatever we could, do it. And because of we could expand, so quickly, and that was the main reason that we could manage this kind of huge requirement. So now going further for the digitization, so all of a sudden, everyone, whatever the digitization things were pending, suddenly it took like the decision now became very quick to decide, right? Everyone wants to do it remotely, and in a way, it is actually helped to for digitizing our application, and similarly to use the cloud for this quick requirement. And so that's what I think the public cloud is helping a lot.
Great, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. Okay. Now, one more important element when we are working from home and preparing digital infrastructure for remote workforce. People are connected with several private devices. They have their own mobile phone, own laptop, own computer system, and they may probably be working on public internet, taking the services of public internet providers, right? So again, this becomes an issue for ensuring the security of for your whatever work you are doing. So is it really a threat for the cyber security for companies when their workforce is working from home?
Yeah, it is always something to uh, uh, manage. So when you are working from home, right, you are using your own device and using a internet. Okay, so there are chances that because you are not managing, you don't know about what state that particular device is. Okay,
Right.
whether antivirus, patch, everything is well managed or not. And definitely, so for specifically for this, Samsung has their own mechanism to protect. So our tool is designed in such a way that we uh, uh, kind of isolate, from the home network with our own internet uh, mm, system. Okay,
Right.
so we are using VDI. So in VDI also any OEM product. So all this security is available. Okay, there are different mechanisms to secure your data, right? Blocking certain things, the copy and printing, USB connectivity. There are many more. Okay,
Yes.
you protect, but over that, we have our own mechanism also. Samsung has own mechanism to protect to various DRM, DLP, kind of tool, and we have actually a process and mechanism in place to protect that particular thing, and that's what as I told you that depending on the client, depending on the user, we have a different kind of connectivity mechanism. Okay, and as I told you that our user also use different kind of devices. So that way, the process is in place to provide the kind of connectivity tool for a particular user or for a particular department. And what is that security parameter and restriction should be there for each connectivity mechanism that is in place.
Right. Okay. Now, how has been the experience of the user who are using your products and technologies? If you can share some views on that, and what are the typical challenges you face while developing all these softwares?
Okay, so when we designed this software, keeping in mind, the Samsung environment, Samsung authentication mechanism, multi-factor authentication, those things. Okay, that is one. Second thing, because all the user, they are not used to kind of work remotely, right? Use this kind of tool. So all of a sudden they have to use. Okay.
Yes.
Use the tool to connect. They have to use to attend a meeting, online, and there are various requirement in the meeting itself to share your presentation, right? Then uh, uh, if you want to write something, right? So all those new thing, they actually kind of the user could learn actually within short span of time. So now they are better prepared actually, to work from home. Okay, quite efficiently. Yeah, and initially little bit of hiccup, but now with time, with experience, so things improve, and now they are well prepared actually. So whatever typical problem initially, so I think slowly and we could resolve. Initially there could be some bottleneck, right? There could be the bandwidth is not sufficient. Kind of the memory is not sufficient. So we have fine tuned, and now the situation is such that things are in place.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for all these inputs, Mr. Vinayak Pradhan, Senior Director, Information Technology at Samsung SDS India. And I would, of course, before we end this conversation, I would request you to, kind of give a message to the industry how Samsung SDS can help them, and your concluding remark.
Yeah. So okay, Samsung SDS is a IT company. It's a 9 million plus company in Korea. Okay, and we are expanding our business in India. We have a global delivery center where we develop for our global requirement. They work on the global projects, and now as a IT, you can say ITSI, and with our support from Korea, we want to establish ourselves um, in India, and not only Samsung subsidiary. So any other company outside also, we are exploring different business opportunity, and especially for this remote connectivity kind of requirement or digitalization, and we can play a role actually if there has to be some collaboration with our other entity or other subsidiaries. We can do that, and jointly we can actually support. And yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Vinayak Pradhan. This is with this we formally end our exclusive conversation here, and we are really great that you have taken time out from your busy schedule to participate in this exclusive chat on digital remote workforce. And I am sure the audience and the people who are listening to this conversation will definitely explore the products and technologies of by Samsung SGS India in this domain. So with this, we end this conversation here, and we thank you so much, Mr. Vinayak Pradhan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With this, I would like to thank Mr. Harshad Desai, Senior Correspondent, Elets Technomedia, and Mr. Binayak Pradhan, Senior Director, IT, Samsung SGS India, for a wonderful fireside chat on digital infrastructure for remote workforce. Moving ahead, we will now discuss about the telecom sector, which is the most boost sector in India today. This discussion will take place around the challenges of the telecom sector and the initiative of government for helping to uplift this sector, and how the usage of new technologies will drive the future of the telecom sector. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Gaurav Srivastava, Head IT, Xiaomi. Mr. Gaurav, over to you.
Hi, I'm Gaurav Srivastava, and I work at Xiaomi India as IT head. Today, I'm here to talk to you about how communication sector is reimagining itself in the whole new digital-driven world. So let me start by introducing this sector in a little more detail before we jump into COVID debate. The communication services industry consists of digital infrastructure such as fiber network, telecommunication towers, active networks, and data centers. And then we have operators, mobile and fixed broadband, data centers and cloud computing, and applications, broadband connections, telephony, video, e-commerce, and others. And last but not the least, OEMs, like smartphone and laptop manufacturers. The sector has remained mission critical to keep economies moving under the lockdown in at least 3 different ways. Number 1, providing business critical connectivity and resiliency. Number 2, facilitating work from home, learn from home, stay entertained on the various OTT platforms type arrangements. Keeping individuals and societies connected and informed with access to medical, financial, commercial, and other essential services during the mandated social isolation. Well, let's now talk about the whole COVID scenario and how this sector is, the challenges that they have faced and how they are overcoming the challenges there. All companies have a well-defined business continuity plan, at least on paper, which is seldom executed, and more importantly, no one can ever be prepared for a situation like COVID-19 and its aftermath. Well, like many other sectors, communication sector is also impacted by this down in two parts, challenges and opportunities. Let's talk about challenges first. The most challenging thing here is the disruption in the supply chain ecosystem due to this pandemic, especially for communication sector. While on one hand, this lockdown and prolonged work from home, online school, etc., has resulted in a pent-up demand for smartphones, laptops, high-speed internet connectivity, and upgrade to data packets, etc. On the other hand, you have your manufacturing and operations completely brought to a halt. So the demand is going over and above pre-COVID time. The supply chain is still struggling to catch up with the production numbers of pre-COVID era. So you see the contrast there. In addition, sudden cancellations in domestic and international business travel resulted in a sharp rise in online meetings and mobile communications. More importantly, this time it had to be more reliable because there were no other means of connecting with people. If you talk about internet service providers especially, telecommunications is a people and operations intensive industry. At any given point in time, they need people in data centers, exchanges, offices, trucks, poles, and the retail storefronts. This sudden time, the people who were working from remote locations, they know it had the impact on their productivity and operations to some extent, despite having more freedom from other industries, because the lockdown had special care for telecom sector because it falls into the essential category. Thankfully, contingency plans have helped firms to manage spiked demand during the lockdown. The data load challenge has generally been manageable. As people move away from city center amid the work from home arrangements, data density has become more scattered, and thus network have become less congested. If demand exceeds capacity, our telecom clients have the option to request over-the-top service providers to throttle usage, reduce speed, and lower qualities to ensure service levels. We all know remote working has its own set of challenges, and for telecom especially, because it poses security risk, infrastructure breakdown risks, and some operations that cannot be easily replaced by remote working. In fact, some just cannot be done at all. Front force, which is an integral part of the telecom sector, ensuring each customer gets required services, were hesitant to visit customers or unable to travel in some areas due to stringent restrictions. Current overwhelming demand of high-speed internet and mobile data also comes with a risk, as a portion of current users who have suddenly become an internet user or the buyer of data packets, they will go back to their offline model once this pandemic is over. And this puts the increased cost which we are incurring to support this overwhelming demand in terms of additional resources and infrastructure into a risk zone in a longer run. So this sector, in my opinion, needs to trade this carefully here. Let's talk about the OEMs like us. As such, it's extremely difficult to cater to this increased demand with current infrastructure and manufacturing units. The situation became even worse because your manufacturing units were down for like close to 3 months. And even after they opened up, the ramp-up time is considerably high due to migrant workers still not willing to come back from their native places. And you got to operate in a highly hygienic environment, thereby reducing the manpower in each shift. While all this is necessary to adhere to safety guidelines of post-COVID era, it has its own share of impact on your production. I'm sure many sectors are experiencing this, but I believe communication sector is probably worst hit by this challenge because of the contradiction of high rise in demand and slow production. While we all are doing the best we can, we have to keep customer at the center of our business plans, more so now than ever, and execute them in the new digital economy. Some of the COVID special projects that we executed at Xiaomi, I will probably give you some examples. One such project that we did for COVID was an O2O platform, offline to online, to support our retail chain. Customers can go to local.me.com to find stores in their neighborhood, browse their inventory, and book an order online. And the delivery is made by the retail partners while following all safety guidelines for contactless delivery. This helped our retail partners to continue to mobilize their inventory, which was otherwise lying locked up in the channel because of the lockdown. And it kept their business going despite this pandemic. We also launched on-door repair services for our mobile users, and smartphone customers to ensure that our customers who are in dire need now for these electronic gadgets working properly to be able to work from home or attend school, etc., are getting the much needed service at their doorstep. Well, these are all small steps to continue to serve your customer. This is the new way that will redefine the whole industry at large. Customers are increasingly relying on services made available to them on their doorstep and in their comfort zone. Although we are into lockdown mode and now into unlockdown mode, people are still hesitant to step out of their house unless necessary. And this is here to stay for another few months until we have a vaccine, and also the time it will take to vaccinate the population of our country. And hence the need to relook at your business strategy and plan more and more offerings on the digital platform to expand your business. Finally, we as a business need to acknowledge and work diligently on a data-driven crisis management plan. If we talk about long-lasting impacts, this prolonged lockdown, primarily in Asian market, has severely affected manufacturing backbone of the industries. And this will have long-lasting impact on some of the key projects of telecom sector, which were in the pipeline, like 5G rollout, fiber network expansion, slowdown in manufacturing units. Most of the telcos would like to hold on to their plans for 4G upgrade as well, as the money is blocked. While most of the telcos run their books in debt against future projects like 5G rollout, 4G expansion, etc. And because of the delay in such projects, it will have huge impact on their revenue and capex. In current times, where internet is increasingly becoming a crowded place, this has serious implications for both industries as well as consumers. So the need of the hour is managing a fine balance between expansion and quality of service that we offer. We all know the recent example, what happened to one of the most popular company trading in online conferencing tool. They couldn't cope up with the expansion and sudden demand, and they lost control over their quality and, more importantly, security, which had affected their business, their customers, and their stock prices. Managing all this with due diligence, with long-term plans, with proper strategic planning is what we all need to come out of this pandemic and also sustain our business in a more in a proper way. So these are the few challenges that I talked about, in my opinion, actually were experienced by our communication sector. And now let's talk about the opportunities here. Sudden lockdown and travel ban has brought everyone from corporates to employees to students to even retail stores on internet, which means a high demand in smartphones, gadgets, high-speed internet connectivity, upgrades in data caps, mobile calls, more subscribers for OTT platform, etc., etc. All this translates into new and more business for communication sector. A lot of new users adopting internet are contributing to the expansion of subscriber base, and this is new revenue for time to come. Growing popularity of OTT in India is helping communication sector in a big way. People are now buying more bandwidth and high speed, along with the smartphones with high speed processors and graphic cards. All this is good news for us and will help expand our business in 2021 and beyond. And it will also get us an entry in several new categories in time to come. Nothing can be said for certain, but definitely recent rise in demand has upticked the revenue in a short term and looks like future is promising. While there will be a churn of customers availing low-end services because of the economic slowdown, people will not have the purchase power, etc. I believe this will be easily absorbed by increase in high-end services and the customers, and more need for data services by working class. Although delayed a little, 5G will open up a whole new game for this sector. With femtocells getting deployed in every neighborhood, high-speed internet will give rise to several new businesses and several new avenues, and thus revenue buckets will be filled up. Gaming will be redefined in the world of 5G, along with some path-breaking innovations in health sector like performing surgeries in remote areas can be performed with a consultation of an expert sitting physically anywhere in the globe and being able to do the real-time instruction for those remote surgeries. And such as this, there will be several examples where these new use cases will actually redefine the communication sector and the innovation that will prevail in the new digital-driven world. Thank you, guys. These were my opinions and some of my experiences that I shared with you over how this communication sector is actually going to evolve in the new digital-driven economy. Thank you for having me. Take care. Stay home. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
With this session, I would like to thank Mr. Gaurav Srivastava for sharing his views on how communication sector is reimagining the digital-driven new normal world. Moving ahead, we will now have a lunch break. I would request everyone to please visit the booths and get in touch with the teams with an option of live chat given on their booths. Thank you.
Yeah, another level. Chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level. Chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level. Chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Oh, to another level. I'm going all the way. I'm going. Yeah, my blood is rebel. I'm going.
In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that connectivity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This is TeamViewer, With the ability to run on any major operating system and device, TeamViewer's leading interoperability bridges the inconsistency of modern IT chaos. Other than a puzzle of single-purpose applications, TeamViewer is the one multi-purpose platform. With unparalleled system and hardware control beyond the application layer, companies all around the world can build their specific use cases with TeamViewer. Gaining access to Linux servers from an Android tablet? No problem. Regardless of endpoint type, with or without display, screen, or keyboard, it provides full device control, as if users were sitting in front of it, even in case of shutdown or restart. With remote incident management and troubleshooting, technical support for any PC, mobile, or IoT device and machine is possible without someone actually being present. It doesn't require firewall or infrastructure configuration, but rather works innovatively by automatically choosing the best connection protocol and routing server. This ensures real-time connection with low latency, often even establishing a direct connection between clients to achieve the best possible performance. If you can surf the web, you can use TeamViewer. Just enter your ID and password and you're good to go. Additionally, TeamViewer can be seamlessly implemented into other software solutions. All TeamViewer sessions are end-to-end encrypted, which allows secure, private communication between endpoints in the TeamViewer infrastructure. Therefore, nobody, not even TeamViewer, can see or gain access to your session content. TeamViewer's unique network with more than 1,000 routing servers globally is connected with up to 45 million devices at the same time, ready to start a TeamViewer session. This number is infinitely scalable, even in the most remote locations with bandwidth challenges. TeamViewer excels with smart context-aware connectivity and tailored compression technology. So no matter where you are, which device and operating system you use, or how you want to tap digital transformation, TeamViewer just works.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional IT solutions to the empowering Nivetus robotic process automation. Nivetus RPA is built with 3 powerful components. Nivetus RPA bots, they operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nivetus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nivetus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nivetus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution. Reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%. Mature governance and scalability. More than 30% ROI in weeks. Enhanced customer experiences. And that's not all. Nivetus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nivetus RPA today.
In today's world, customers expect to be known and valued through highly personalized service. Businesses need to adapt more quickly than ever before to meet these constantly evolving demands. To do so, industries around the world are looking for software solutions that solve these needs quickly and efficiently. LifeRay Digital Experience Platform is an enterprise software tailored for you and your organization's needs.
LifeRay DXP allows you to create portals, intranets, extranets, websites, and integrate with other systems to build connected experiences all on a single platform. LifeRay DXP is designed to help companies meet modern demands, meeting the unique needs of your employees and customers by providing powerful out-of-the-box features. Integrate, organize, and manage users and permissions. Share information across your users and organizations using built-in features such as blogs, message boards, and notifications.
Use forms and create workflows for user management and self-service, both of which can be built and automated with a simple drag-and-drop interface. Easily create, then iterate your web pages, leveraging LifeRay's auto-versioning and staging features.
In addition, achieve high-level security and create GDPR-compliant applications. This helps your organization simplify the creation of secure, tailored solutions that will be relevant for many years to come.
Solutions built on LifeRay DXP can be deployed on premises or on the cloud, with cloud support ready to go out of the box. Everything built on LifeRay DXP automatically adjusts to fit any device with the ability to create native mobile applications.
With easy scalability, companies can use LifeRay DXP to expand and replicate systems to match growing needs, using ready-to-use pre-built modules. It's built with technology standards that ensure compatibility with your development stack and your team's skills.
Join the many organizations around the world that use LifeRay DXP to improve their business processes, efficiency, and experiences to rapidly react to shifting customer demands and new advancements in technology. See what LifeRay DXP can do for you and become a leader in your industry.
my blood is rebel. I'm going all the way. I'm going to another level. To another level. Let's go, let's go, let's go. To another level. To another level. Let's get it. To another level.
In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that connectivity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This is TeamViewer. With the ability to run on any major operating system and device, TeamViewer's leading interoperability bridges the inconsistency of modern IT chaos. Other than a puzzle of single-purpose applications, TeamViewer is the one multi-purpose platform. With unparalleled system and hardware control beyond the application layer, companies all around the world can build their specific use cases with TeamViewer. Gaining access to Linux servers from an Android tablet? No problem. Regardless of endpoint type, with or without display, screen, or keyboard, it provides full device control, as if users were sitting in front of it, even in case of shutdown or restart. With remote incident management and troubleshooting, technical support for any PC, mobile, or IoT device and machine is possible without someone actually being present. It doesn't require firewall or infrastructure configuration, but rather works innovatively by automatically choosing the best connection protocol and routing server. This ensures real-time connection with low latency, often even establishing a direct connection between clients to achieve the best possible performance. If you can surf the web, you can use TeamViewer. Just enter your ID and password and you're good to go. Additionally, TeamViewer can be seamlessly implemented into other software solutions. All TeamViewer sessions are end-to-end encrypted, which allows secure, private communication between endpoints in the TeamViewer infrastructure. Therefore, nobody, not even TeamViewer, can see or gain access to your session content. TeamViewer's unique network with more than 1,000 routing servers globally is connected with up to 45 million devices at the same time, ready to start a TeamViewer session. This number is infinitely scalable, even in the most remote locations with bandwidth challenges. TeamViewer excels with smart context-aware connectivity and tailored compression technology. So no matter where you are, which device and operating system you use, or how you want to tap digital transformation, TeamViewer just works.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional robotic process automation. Nivetus RPA is built with 3 powerful components. Nivetus RPA bots. They operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nivetus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nivetus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nivetus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution that helps enterprises achieve reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%, mature governance and scalability, more than 30% ROI in weeks, enhanced customer experiences. And that's not all. Nivetus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nivetus RPA today.
Hello and welcome back to its National CIO Virtual Conclave. Moving ahead, we will now have a most important sector, which is healthcare and pharma. We have a panel discussion on the digital diagnosis, the transformation of the healthcare sector. For this panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Niranjan Ramakrishnan, who is the Group CTO of Flexure Group, as a moderator for the panel. I would like to invite Mr. Abdullah Salim, who is the Group CIO, Omni Hospitals, and Mr. A. Sharif, IT Head, All India Institute of Medical Science, Delhi, to please proceed with the panel discussion, the digital diagnosis transformation of the healthcare sector.
Hi, good afternoon. Dr. Sharif, and welcome, Mr. Salim. Thanks for joining us here, and thanks Elets team. And I think the part of the CIO conclave, the most important industry that everyone wants to kind of understand is the role of technology in the healthcare space. And we know that among all the other industry, the number one industry today is taking the front seat is healthcare, and it's going to continue to be kind of leading the globe because of the kind of challenges that we all are going through. In a way, if you really look at it, I think people understand how important that we should be focusing on the healthcare and how important technology in healthcare. So I think in a way I would say that it's kind of a realization for everyone, because of the challenges. Like some of the organizations used to really thought, they used to think that technology is more of a cost, or it's kind of a compliance related activity, or it's more of a billing and kind of control system. Otherwise they thought it's a luxury. I think it's at the right time that everyone started understanding the value of the technology. Just to introduce myself, I'm Niranjan Ramakrishnan, and I spent nearly 2 decades of kind of healthcare IT experience, and I spent a lot of my time in defining and producing solutions for the healthcare industry. My second part of career is as a consumer of technology, working for the healthcare organizations of large hospitals. And currently, I'm kind of guiding in a group of healthcare institutions, primarily a dental lab, out of US and India, where we are doing like one of the largest dental lab group. And some of the challenges that we were facing is, like any other industry, dental is also a very kind of important industry which had really big impact due to COVID. In fact, dental was one of the top 6 industries among 100 specific industries listed that had a huge impact in the COVID challenge. And we would really like anyone would have thought that we would have gone really like into kind of a big challenge, but the way that teams came together, used the right technology in place, etc. I would say like more than 95% of business has been recovered, and we are back in action. And most of the people we had to really let go, we were able to take them back, and things started working. And so things are really like coming to shape. And thank kind of I would say like that the way the teams came together and supported in working together. So I really want to really understand like other panel members, and so please, Dr. Sharif, you can go on, just introduce yourself as well as your organization. That would be good.
Thank you, Niranjan. Thank you. I am Dr. Sharif. I am the professor and head of the Department of Anatomy. That is my core job. And I also have additional responsibilities of taking care of the IT division of the AIMS and the telemedicine division of the AIMS. So I ended up heading these divisions because of my passion with information technology and the computers from the days of my MBBS. That was back in the 80s, I should say, early 80s, when IT itself was in its infancy. So that is the reason why I'm actually heading the IT division and the telemedicine division in the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I think you all know it is playing a very pivotal role in the management of COVID in the whole of the country, because of the brilliant doctors and the faculty members that are there in our institute, which is led by a very dynamic director, Professor Randeep Valeria. And I'm sure you must be seeing him on and off on the TV, and he's a kind of leading the war against the COVID. So that said, I think I don't have to say much about my organization. I just want to tell you how our organization has risen to the occasion and used the technology in actually keeping the business of our organization on, which is the healthcare. When all other businesses go down, healthcare has to survive itself and help everybody else survive. I think that is a very key expectation from any healthcare organization of the stature of which is the stature of AIMS. And we should say that we have struggled initially, but then we recovered very much in time, and there are about 8-9 points, which 8 areas where we have taken help of the information technology, and then we try to keep our core business of healthcare services going on. So I'll just mention those points, and if time permits, we can elaborate and if you are interested in any of those points. So in the beginning, towards the end of March, we started at the instance of the NITI Aayog and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Government of India we started a helpline immediately. A helpline to help the doctors who are taking care of the COVID patients elsewhere in the country. So we have set up an IVRS system, and then we have set up all modalities of communication, whatever is possible, starting from the telephone, smartphone, WhatsApp, whatever kind of audio, video, text-based, all of these we have put together. And then we started providing help to the doctors who wanted to know how to deal with these cases. And this facility was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Sri Harshvardhanji, and it has been functioning since then. And we have provided help. Our consultants are on 24/7 duty to attend to the calls by doctors from all parts of the country. And they have provided expert help to thousands of calls. Okay, that is one point. And the second thing was, when the lockdown was announced suddenly, we had to close down our outpatient departments. And if any of you have visited any time outpatient departments, you would not like to go there. It's so crowded. Normally, in normal days, on an average, about 10,000 patients used to visit the AIMS OPDs. So, but they had to be suddenly closed down, and we had a lot of appointments for the OPDs. So what we did was, immediately we wanted to take care of those people. We had appointments for the OPDs. So we converted all those appointments into teleconsultation appointments. So we sent messages to the patients, the doctor from the concerned department where the patient has an appointment will call back on the day of their appointment. So that way we could actually, we have given special numbers to all the departments to call from. And those using those cell phones, the doctors, concerned doctors, have been calling their patients and then giving advice. But then there is only this much that you can do on teleconsultations. And some of the departments which have successfully carried on teleconsultations are the ones who deal with chronic illnesses, where the patients used to come for asking whether they have to continue the medication, or if there is going to be a slight change in the medication, or where they have to stop. So chronic illnesses and the so-called medical illnesses. Surgical departments actually could not do much, because over telephone or over video conferencing, there is not much a surgeon can do, because they will have to examine the patient, or even a simple thing like opening of the removal of the sutures following an operation cannot be possible over any other means except when the patient comes to the hospital. So understandably, surgical departments could not do much over the telemedicine means, using the means of telemedicine. So that is the second thing that we could do. And the third thing is, our hospital converted the trauma center into a COVID hospital, and then we have a large national cancer institute that also has been converted into a COVID hospital. That is about 60 kilometers away from AIMS, but it's a campus of AIMS. So that is called the National Cancer Institute in a place called Jhajjar. So that has been converted into a COVID hospital as well. Apart from that, suspected COVID cases were admitted in few wards, and once they are confirmed that they are COVID patients, they were depending on the severity. If they did not require very intensive care, they were transferred to the National Cancer Institute, and if they required intensive care, they were transferred to the trauma center. Okay, so now this context, what we have done is, initially there was a limitation of the PPEs. There was no unlimited supply of the PPEs, and we had to save them as much as possible. So now, when there is a COVID positive patient admitted in an intensive care or inside a ward, he or she may require a short consultation by an expert, by a specialist, like a cardiologist or something. And now, if they just enter the ward and then leave the ward in a few minutes, then they will be actually using up PPE, which was at that time. Right now they got out of PPEs, but at that time there was a need. so what we started was a kind of a local teleconsultation from within the ward to outside the ward nursing station. So we started using whatever technologies have been available to us, and in that to meet that requirement, we also established a video conferencing server based on open source technologies in-house, so that we are not dependent on, say, Google servers or any other servers. So this is another thing that we have done. So here I should be very grateful that we have used whatever devices, infrastructure, hardware which is available with us, and the free and open source software. So I am very grateful that at a time when all other companies and vendors were shutting down and they were not able to help us in any way, we could do with whatever is available at hand. And then I am very grateful again to the open source community, which has come really handy in dealing with this. So in fact, I want to plead for the open source community now. So the importance of the open source community is at last understood. When nobody is able to help, the community is there. Okay, that was the third thing that we have done. And yeah, video conferencing server. And after this, there was a demand for information, because most of the doctors and the paramedics and the public did not know much about this disease. So everybody wanted to know more about this disease. So we started one COVID dedicated portal, covid.aims.edu. And then whatever information we were gathering and whatever experts were gathering and whatever needed to be disseminated has been put up on that website. And then that is one of the most popular websites, because all sorts of things are there. How to wear doffing of the PPEs, or how to wash hands, whatever it is, whatever people wanted to ask an expert is available there. So we have created a lot of videos in-house and lot of procedures, so many things, whatever is required for management of COVID cases, for doctors, for nurses, and for general public. And this has been put up on the covid.aims.edu website. Now, when we were actually providing teleconsultations, normally you might have seen that the patients come with an OPD card, physical OPD card. They usually come and the doctor writes medications, investigations, whatever it is on that card, and they take it back and they try to get the medications. Now, that was not possible on teleconsultations. And luckily for us, the Government of India released the telemedicine practice guidelines well on time. I think on 25th of March also they have released it, and so many things have been spelled out in that, because there was no clear guidelines or the rules or kind of things were not there before. So that came in very handy, and based on that we developed a teleconsultation dashboard. Now, when the doctor is providing teleconsultation to the patient who will be remote in a village or at home, and they could actually get the investigation reports. The patient can actually upload the tests and reports that they have undergone, and the doctor could see them, and the doctor could actually e-prescribe, give an e-prescription, and it is completed using the SMP. So this dashboard has been, luckily for us, we also adopted free and open source technologies for development of hospital information systems in AIMS. So it is based on free and open source ERP called Triton, and the architecture is actually based on the GNU Health software, which is a module which runs on Triton. So based on that, we also created a telemedicine dashboard, so which has helped in providing tele-services to the patients. So that was the thing that we have done. And apart from this, we could not ignore the non-COVID patients, who might be requiring some kind of guidance and some kind of consultation, and we could not ignore our own students, MBBS and MD students and PhD scholars and all these people. So all these were taken care of using our e-learning platforms. We have an e-learning platform called saral.aims.edu, and using that, as well as creating a lot of videos and the flipped classroom model, we have quickly adopted that, and the students who have gone home or who have been locked down in the hostels or whatever it is, we could continue our classes using these e-platforms. So these are the various things which we have done. Apart from this, at the instance of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, our expert doctors have started conducting what are known as national COVID clinical grand rounds. I hope you understand what are grand rounds. Grand rounds are meetings which we generally have in the medical institutions, where interesting cases are presented, discussed, all aspects of the case. What was the history, what were the complaints, what were the investigation reports, and how was it managed, what are the outcomes, and all these kind of things. These are all discussed on a weekly basis in any healthcare institution, in most of the medical colleges. And so
thank you, Dr. Sharif. Thank you so much for the setting up a right introduction. Now let me move on to Mr. Salim. Would you really kind of introduce yourself and talk about how your organization managed the kind of challenges, especially what kind of unique technology kind of adoption that you had?
Great. Thank you very much. I've listened both of you, and in terms of the introducing the self, and then talk about a bit of the organizations. So I'm working with Omni Group of Hospital, which is again in the down south, in the down south region, and we have almost 6 hospitals and more to about to add into it. And as far as prior to joining to Omni Group of Hospital, I was working with the delivery head for the one of the EMR company called Oham Health Solution Private Limited, which was the first EMR company in India, and which was working on the total open source technology to deliver the pure EMR enterprise solution. So quickly on the current role which I am playing at Omni Group of Hospital, I look after the entire technology stack, and of course to being the part of the leadership team, take the ownership of the cost optimization and keep adding the innovations towards improving the hospital revenue, and in terms of the top line and the bottom line of the organization. So as far as the technology concerned, this the COVID exposed to the doctors, the clinical users, and the patients to adopt the technology in the same pattern, the way the people are trying to avail the services from Amazon and the Flipkart and so on and so forth. So it has been this COVID era has emphasis both the consumer and the service provider to avail the service remotely, and there the technology has a vital role in terms of delivering the quality healthcare within the individual rules with cost effectiveness. So that's there the Omni has adopted the technology in terms of ensuring that the first visit with the doctors and within the patient and doctors is happening in the person, the rest of the follow-up is being taken care of remotely. And apart from this, that we have started recently the COVID patient treatment by home quarantine and hotel quarantine, and then until unless the patients reach to the critical stage, then we take care of automatically to admit that, find out the hospital and the nearest hospital and the beds to admit the patient, and this all these is not possible without the technology. So technology, due to the technology, whereby the doctor and the patients are in sync up 100%, and and it has helped a lot unnecessary to putting the patient to the hospital, because this COVID treating the patients too risky for the paramedical staff and medical staff as well. So this technology has played a vital role in terms of to coming out from this COVID epidemic and looking after the patient and delivering the care with quality within the individual reach. So that's what we have achieved, and as we move forward, we'll talk about in detail, if required, what the Omni has achieved in terms of technology adoption and how it was the cost effective and what are the challenges were there and how it has been come out by the Omni Hospital after adopting the technology.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, a couple of use cases that I wanted to bring it the forum. How through our organizations and through our network organizations we handled. One issue was like when so we have more than 4 to 5,000 dental offices connected to us. We serve them. So naturally, the patient has a challenge to visit the dental offices, especially with the COVID. The dental is the first place everyone is scared to go there, right? Because they don't want a doctor to put in kind of a scanner inside their mouth or test anything, with the COVID fear. And second thing was like even if we end up doing some kind of intraoral scanning, like using the technology, like they were doing a digital scanning, so that they wanted to avoid as much as movements inside the mouth. But what happened was, not all the dentists are really qualified enough to really get trained on the the recent technology scanners, intraoral scanners, etc. So sometimes what happens is when the scan quality is not good, and by the time that the dental labs receive them and to manufacture their products, then they find that scan quality is not good. So they got to go back and tell the dentist to kind of repeat the scan. That means you need to give another appointment to the patient, bring the patient back in the chair. It's a pain, it's a risk, and all that. So one thing that our organization very quickly, we worked around is using artificial intelligence technology. We kind of started doing the quality of the scan in the real time using the AI instead of kind of waiting for like a couple of days to go and give the feedback. So what it does is within a few minutes, it gives the kind of a quality scan to the doctor, the dentist, when the patient is still in the chair side itself. So it will say, sorry, the scan quality is not good. You got to rescan the patient. So so this will avoid like giving reappointment, bringing the patient in this dental chair and do the rescan, etc. Similarly, like a lot of activities that where our employees had to all the way go to the office and kind of manually downloading the prints and doing the invoicing and label printings, etc. So we use some technologies like robotic process automation, RPA. So it automatically started reading the emails. Whenever we get a response from the customers, like when we download the emails, it automatically enters into the system. So almost all the patient registration case booking happened through kind of RPA itself. So system automatically started registering, taking the printouts and creating the invoices, and even it used to print all the labels automatically. So a lot of such sometimes when we really understand the real value of the technology is not just kind of saving the cost alone, but also in terms of giving the convenience and also in a secure manner, and patient security, patient safety, as well as the even employee safety, etc. Right? So one such a problem that I would say in the healthcare space is though a lot of public organization, public healthcare is kind of focus is there. The private organizations, especially in terms of the inpatient care, if you really look at it, over 60% of inpatient beds are still with preferred by the private healthcare organizations in India. And second thing is like what I also understand from some of the reports during the first quarter, especially the March end and April, more than like 60% of their footfalls for the normal patients like straight away fallen down because of the initial fear for the patients to visit the hospitals. And this also causes like very few organizations such as AIMS can kind of geared up, and they had the resources, the right people came together, they got the right support, but not every other organization were able to really do that. So they really made a huge loss because they were not able to really handle the patients coming in, and patients were scared to go, but they were trying to take treatment at home. They didn't have access to the medicines, they didn't have access to the old reports and things like that. And even for the hospitals, if you really look at it, even if you do the teleconsultation, it really it's not just the teleconsultation, right? When I talk about a virtual health as a kind of integrated health, when the patient visits the OPD is the main source of kind of entry point for the hospitals. Post OPD, you end up like getting the patient in the pharmacies, then the diagnostic test. There's a complete life cycle. So one from the complete care aspect. The other one is even from a revenue perspective for your hospitals. This complete control needs to be there, because if you don't have patients in the pharmacy, you don't have patients in doing the diagnostic test and inpatient, the hospital revenue is going to be in a kind of a big question. So I just trying to what kind of challenges you faced, because the demand was really kind of increasing. Patients were scared to come, but they have to come. And there is a fear, like, if I have a normal fever, am I going to be, treated as a COVID patient, or I'm going to be coming as a normal patient? So a lot of ambiguities were there. Not everyone, had access to, aims and things like that. So from a private perspective, private healthcare perspective, what kind of challenges, you as an organization faced, and what kind of, solutions that you are trying to give it to the patients, in your organization, or you can just represent the, kind of private healthcare as a whole. Salim, it's for you. Yeah.
Okay. The biggest challenge was there the huge dip down into the revenue, and the second challenge was there that the cost-effective solutions to be in place, affordable for the organization. And then for Indian, I'm talking about Indian healthcare industry. So the cost, the solution, opting a solution, the cost effective was a big challenge for us. And then we having the product background, we discussed a couple of vendors and talk to them that the patient means the way the patient visits are going to increase, and that then he will be the part of the revenue rather than asking from us to charge some upfront licensing fee. So that's we were not there, and we were not able to afford. So when we discuss and try to ask them to sell out this idea in a win-win situation, in terms of that in the long run they are going to acquire a better market space, and maybe the short rate may not be a very revenue generation model for them, but long term it is going to be there will be a leader into the market space. So they do understand, and they come up with that, and on top of it, we as an organization are very clear that patient experience is very, very important, and that is the key for the patient engagement for the Omni Group. So if I'm talking about the patient experience, means we always think about that out of the pocket control for the patient. So that also we put in front of the vendors, and they say that this is what we do the business, and there is the numbers, the game of the numbers. If you're going to look as a long-term player in the markets, and then they understood that, and they come up, and then they put that cost-effective solution for us, and that was a game changer for us to improve our business again, bringing into the track, and in terms of, it took almost 3 months to bring back to the normal in terms of the what we were doing the business, and in terms of revenue. So the challenge was there for the technology, because we can't develop an application, to be very frank. And though if you are going to do a open source technology, and we adopted those technology solution which was developed on the open source technology. So they were not able to, and we suggested them, and that is the only role model, that is the only model going to work for them. If they are going to put licensing burden on the Indian private sector, nobody will come forward, and they will not be able to do that. And this is the chronic constraint of the Indian private healthcare. I'm not talking about the big players. I'm talking about those hospitals who are having 1 or 2 hospital, having 100 and 200 beds hospital. I'm talking about those hospitals as well. So keeping that idea, the product owner, they came up and they have come up with solutions, and they have accelerated that ideas with us and the other group as well. For example, the KIMS group of hospital, Omni group of hospital, and they have accelerated that ideas of Apollo group of hospital also, and they are a great success in terms of the product owner, in terms of the healthcare, which is the model which is affordable, and they are not going to put a huge burden on the patient spend. That's the key area that we have put in and spoken to the and bring them to understand on that level. And definitely down the line, the way they're moving, they will be for example, that AI solution we took. We took telemedicine, and we took geriatric care kind of solution, which is going to continue with you after post-treatment, which is very, very important. So in the 3-4 areas we had deployed, and the technology, which is the cost-effective. And now the challenges came that the patient who comes at the hospital, we are going to introduce the wireless technology for the patient, for the back office as well, rather than touching or avoiding the touch, means the touching things inside the hospital, outside the hospital. So we are trying to introduce the which is again, it is a cost effective, that a couple of vendors are working with us, and POC has been over. So that also we are going to that ideas has been explained, and that idea we have sold them. So that's where they are supposed to work in the technology, and they will survive in the technology in the healthcare business domain. That's where we have achieved a few things on that.
Thank you, Salim. And also, I understand, the pressure on the private healthcare is you want to give an affordable healthcare, but same time you got to keep your return on investment, and with the kind of employees you got to pay. You got to the doctors are scared to be there in the hospital. Nurses are not comfortable to be there, but still they are because of their kind of service and their commitment, they're still coming there. So you got to provide them enough security and but still. You got to make sure that you make enough money for you to make, give salaries and everything. So it's kind of a situation. So, and for Dr. Sharif, I think, advantage I would say for you is you need not worry about, the kind of return on investment, etc. But at the end of the day, you have different pressure because the volume that you deal with is, unstoppable. And you can't say that I will only see 10 patients per day. And the size of the organization, I think it's almost, it's in 7+ hospitals, I think, within one campus, right? So it's not just one individual institution, it's not one building. And so how, in my past experience in my association with your organization, I used to work with Dr. Deepak and all these people in the past. If you really look at it, you had, some of the digital platforms well in place, much before COVID, right? You had the portal, where there used to be counter running and number of OPD cases, etc. I think long back you gave the PHR access to the patient. And you had one of the best queue management system deployed, I think in 2013, 14 itself, or 12 or whatever the period. So you were prepared for, some kind of a digital way of, managing the patients because of the volume and the quality that you wanted to maintain. Now there is a COVID thing. But how do you see your organization's, roadmap post-COVID? Because the patients may want to come back, because they still want to see the doctor and all that. So what kind of, changes that you anticipate moving forward, and how your technology roadmap and the way you wanted to really deal with the healthcare per se is going to be in the next 6 months to 1 year?
Yeah. I think this was a big lesson for almost the whole world. I think COVID has taught a lesson to us, and the option of going back to the status quo ante is not there. So I don't think the world is going to be the same again. So it has been very commonly said that we have to find a new normal. So now, what is that new normal going to be? Like Mr. Salim has already pointed out that we have to minimize touch unless it is essential, like only surgical procedures and surgical operations or biopsies or something like that. Those are unavoidable, and those will have to be done using a full protection to the paramedical workers. And wherever it is possible, some areas like psychiatry, for example, touching the patient may not be necessary, but the patient being in front may be necessary, or video consultations. So now all the technologies are going to help us a lot. For example, the healthcare worker may be just sitting in the next room. For some specialties like psychiatry, it can work. Okay, and for other specialties, now we are finding ways of having a screen between the patient and the doctor, as long as the history and all those things are being taken. And then when a procedure has to be done or a sample has to be taken, then appropriate protective gear. So now all those things. Now, how can IT help? Here I want to tell you, IT in healthcare at least is not the core component of healthcare. This is one thing we have to realize. We want to minimize the expenses on IT because it is not directly contributing to the outcomes. So for example, I would save money on computers and spend that money on medications or surgical supplies, because that is more essential for that. I think that is why I think the whole IT community should not see healthcare as a milking cow. They should see that this is where you have to invest and maybe do with minimal margins and minimal profits. The IT companies should contribute to that and make their money elsewhere, but not in healthcare. I think it may not be palatable to many IT companies, but I think this is a fact. Similarly, even for the governments, they should not think that healthcare is an expense. It is an investment. I always said that the healthcare is a kind of is caught in a catch-22 situation right now. The person who needs the healthcare most doesn't have money because he lost his job. Now, to get back his job, he has to be healthy. So now we are in a catch-22 situation. So, but now it is the responsibility of any civilized society to ensure that its own peoples are healthy. So now I think we have to see this as an investment, and then we have to strengthen the healthcare infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, the digital technology is not going to be a substitute for actual healthcare. The healthcare infrastructure is like telemedicine is not medicine. It is just a means of delivering medicine. So you cannot just create telemedicine facilities. You need actually hospitals, the doctors, the infrastructure, the equipment, and the medications. Only thing is the accessibility may become easier. Taking appointments, reaching out to the doctor, or maybe talking to a doctor when it is not necessary for a person to come to the hospital. I think this is one realization we have to bring into the IT community, that IT should be a facilitator and it can do a lot. It can, we can think of the railway reservation system. I am from the era when we used to go stand in a queue to get a railway ticket. And we used to go at 4 o'clock in the morning. And now, you see how easy it is to get a railway ticket. Thing is, now, whether the ticket is available or not is going to be decided by the actual trains that are running. You cannot have that. You can have a state-of-the-art, fantastic IT infrastructure, and that is not going to increase the number of seats in the trains. Okay, so even in Tatkal, first 10 minutes, all the seats are over. So what point is, like, I am also facing the same situation here. We have opened the hospital for physical consultations for a limited number of patients. Now, the appointments for that can be taken over the online registration system through the NIC e-hospital systems, or patients can call up a call center which we are running in-house with 10 lines. And now the issue is everybody, there are say 4,000 calls in a certain period of time, let us say 8:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon. And of the 4,000, the 10 operators, how many do you think they can attend? They could only attend to 25% of the calls. So at the most, 1,000 calls are being answered. And 3,000 people have a reason to complain. that their call is not being picked up. Is there anything that I can do about it? There is nothing. You know, I can't increase the numbers of the resources, the people who are sitting there, to, let us say, 100. It is not simply possible. It is not even viable. So the thing is, now the IT facilities may make it easier, but they will not ultimately augment the healthcare facilities. We have to invest in the real healthcare facilities, the brick and mortar, the equipment, the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, everybody. They have to be in place. If it is not enough if you simply increase the access to it. I think this is what I want to drive home. Everybody should realize, the governments should realize, the society should realize, and the businesses should realize that healthcare infrastructure needs to be strengthened. I think this is the bottom line. IT is a great facilitator. We cannot imagine the railway reservation system without the computerization right now. It's like it is indispensable, but that is not the end. It is only a means. The end is the real infrastructure. So now, what is the roadmap? That we have a good infrastructure, but then the demand is infinite. The supply is finite. So now, if you make it more accessible, now I can say that sometimes I feel it is not desirable. You know, a person without an internet connection and without a smartphone is getting cut off, because the people with this will only consume all of the available resources. What about the patient who does not have any means of communicating? He doesn't know what is online appointment registration system. He doesn't have a smartphone. He doesn't even have a cell phone, doesn't have a landline. So what do you do for them? You want to simply ignore them? IT is not going to help him in any way. No, so he simply walks in. He just comes. There is a hospital and he comes and stands in front of the hospital. Just because he doesn't have an appointment, can you deny him the entry? So I think these are some of the issues that everybody, all the leaders in healthcare and in IT have to ponder upon and see that healthcare should not be a business primarily. Like, okay, everybody needs profits. They have to survive. They have to pay salaries. They have to eat. But the thing is, we cannot think that healthcare should be a lucrative business that you can exploit. Like, for example, a mask, if it is being sold for 300 rupees, which is supposed to be maybe 15 rupees or 50 rupees. Now, how many people will benefit from that? Only the people who have money. But in a situation like COVID-19, majority of the people who are badly in need don't have that money. So I think this is a real, what do you say, dharm sankat jo bolte hain Hindi mein. So it is that kind of thing. And but as a society, we have to cater to the people. The societies should, care about the people. They have to provide healthcare. They have to provide whatever, they need to provide food. There should be food security, safe drinking water and clean air. Only after that you can conduct a good business in anything else. When you're healthy, then when their tummies are full and they are educated, then only you can have any flourishing business. Now, providing these things should not be the primary business. And in government setup, we are actually not worried about the bottom lines and the margins. We should be very grateful to the government of India for making sure that there is no fund crunch here and we get everything. But one more thing I want to tell you, though funds were not a problem for us, I could not even get webcams for conducting the video conferences because everything was closed. And the rules and regulations will take a long time, and it was not possible for me to tender. Practically I had to take permission from my director that I will go ahead and send a car with an e-pass to the vendor's house, get his shop opened, and then get this thing by a person. So it becomes so difficult, getting a small thing like a webcam. So I think this pandemic has taught us a lot of things. And we have to remember those lessons. And then we have to remember that status quo ante is not a choice.
I totally agree, Doctor. It's not that, as you said, just by building technology solutions alone cannot give the final solution. It can be a catalyst, it can support, it can facilitate. But at the end of the day, the doctors need to be there. The real healthcare service providers are the ones that they need to be there. But just one more very quick question to you, Doctor. Before I move to Salim, is in the practically when the patient visits the hospital, I think even in your portal, I remember like long back, you used to integrate with Aadhaar and all that to identify the patient, right? You talked about universal health ID much before any other organizations even thought about it, right? So I know some of the private hospitals talked about UHID, but end of the day, you are really implemented in the digital platform, right? So now the government is also talking about it, the national health ID, etc. Now tell me, like when in the process of teleconsultations and things like that, how do you ensure that you really talk to the right patient that you deal with, the patient who really needed the service? How do you ensure that the doctor is supposed to be talking to the patient is the one is talking? With the compliance part of it, health security, if something happens, a lot of medical legal issues are there. The prescriptions they are sending it, is it really reaching the right person? Can they edit? Can they modify? Can they procure anything? And even most important thing that I really see is, tomorrow next time when the patient comes, the patient needs to carry some of the records. So how do you manage and all that? That's number one question. Number two, which is a very important point that you talked about, it's not just healthcare, right? During this time that we talked about healthcare, even education were also online, right? So I remember a lot of families didn't even have the smartphone for their kids to get connected to the schools. And most of the people sitting in the TVs and talking about policies, etc., they had 3-4 smartphones at home. There were like 60% of Indians had only one a black color like a brick phone, it with a small monitor. So people thought about the kind of a teleconsultation or a tele-education, etc. They kept only the elite class in the mind, right? So I remember like a lot of my friends used to say, Niranjan, we'll talk only in the late evening because the daytime they have to borrow their phone to the kids for joining the class. If parents had 3 students, 3 kids, that's all. They didn't even have only one student used to attend a class a day one, and the day 2 second student used to attend the class, etc. So I don't know how many of the technology players or the organizations keep those people in mind and come up with solutions, right? So talk about these two. The number one is the compliance and legal perspective. How did you manage and how technology really helped you, or how using technology you helped your organization? And number two is in case of the affordability and etc. We may not be able to handle the policy related topics because we are more about the technology and digital team today. But using technology, how did you kind of manage the people who did not have access to smartphones, for example? What was the solution from your end?
Yeah, I think you rightly mentioned about that UHID. We have a UHID. So every patient has a unique health identifier, and the demographic data is there. Along with that, there is a registered mobile number. To get a UHID, it is important to register a mobile number. That mobile number may or may not belong to the patient. There are villages where there may be one mobile. The whole village may be using the same mobile number, and we don't have any issue with that. Because we always say that any information that is sent from our hospital, as soon as the patient takes an appointment, the message is sent that you have got an appointment on such and such date with such and such doctor, and you have to in such and such room. And this goes to that mobile. So now if a patient has given that mobile number as his contact number and it goes there and they get that, they may take a printout and then come to the hospital for them to access the services. So now another thing is, so we were using that mobile number. That even could be a landline number. So we know whatever registered telephone number we have with us, so we don't have any other choice. So it is generally the patients generally wait. We were sending a message one day before that tomorrow you will receive a call from the doctor with whom you have taken an appointment. So like that, more than about 1 lakh of such calls we have made during this COVID era, more than 1 lakh. And most of these are from the medical specialties like neurology and endocrinology and all those things, where the care is a chronic care. Most of the patients are suffering from chronic illnesses, and they just come to the hospital just to either to continue the same treatment or slight modifications or whatever. So now that is how we were ensuring that the right patient is actually getting the teleconsultation, because we have their number, and we were providing from our system, we were providing a list of all the appointments of the day with the phone numbers to the doctors, and they were having the list in front and they were calling the patients one by one. Initially some departments also tried that we will give a certain number, dedicated number, publicize it to send to all the patients and let them call in. And it didn't work because most of them will call at the same time and complain that it was always engaged. But this model worked very well, where we asked the patient to wait between 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, you will receive a call. and they are going about doing their own business, and when they receive a call, then they talk to their doctor. And some surveys also have been done about the effectiveness of this method, and then actually about 30% of the patients said that they are happy with this and they would like to continue in future also. And these numbers were more in the specialties, medical specialties, and they were less. Only about 10% satisfaction rate was there in surgical specialties. And the teleconsultations provided in surgical specialties very less. So this is another thing is the prescription is sent by an SMS to that registered mobile number. So, and if somebody is modifying it, there is no way that we can control. At least, we have a record of what we have sent. And this is for legal compliance. That, and if it is not, if the doctor is, some departments maintain a register for each patient. So they were actually writing whatever advice they have given in that register. And one of the first things was to take consent for teleconsultation. We are supposed to have an explicit consent to avail the teleconsultation services, particularly when the teleconsultation has been initiated from the doctor to the patient. So when the patient initiates a call, teleconsultation call, the consent may be implied. But when a doctor is calling, you will have to take an explicit consent of the patient. So first thing was that, and it was noted that consent was taken to avail of the teleconsultation services. So these are the two things. And about the investigations and all those things, suppose the patient has been advised to undergo some tests and all those things, and they have got it done on outside, not in AIMS. If they are done in AIMS, that it was available in the dashboard. Whichever patient they are calling, they will have the complete history of that patient, and whatever investigation reports are there in front of the doctor. But if the tests are done outside, the patient is given an opportunity to upload them, which get tagged with that particular patient's UHID. So whatever is possible, a lot of small things we have done to comply with the legal and other ethical requirements. So this is how we have done. So what was the part of your question?
I think you rightly said. I think you want that integrated, way of doing things. So you kind of maintain everything. So you had a digital record of each and every aspect. So it makes a lot of sense. Major challenges that I think in the new norm is going to be the way the supply chain is going to be managed. You may not be willing to meet the vendors every time as you were doing in the past, right? Be it pharma or the surgical or even general kind of procurement, and even for that matter, IT procurements. So how, using technology like, the sourcing as a concept, as an inventory management aspect, what are the new things that you really consider that's going to happen, and how technology-wise, you're going to really address that? And then the last and the most important thing is like, as patients started coming to the hospital in case the post-COVID and, and things like that. Are you really like, preparing yourself, like, for the in case of sudden volume, etc. But still you got to, kind of screen them. You got to ensure that as you rightly said, the social distancing, etc. got to maintain it. From your organization as well as from the rest of the, industry that you represent, how do you think, some of the new initiatives that they're going to take it? You're on mute.
Okay, so let me answer the second part and then come back to the first part of the question. The first part is, see, if you're talking about any hospital, and Dr. Sarif has added the value of the fun, whatever he has expressed that the feature of the application, these are the standard features of an enterprise EMR solution. And if you're talking about this COVID era, the telemedicine has jumped up and become big things. But earlier it also was there. Earlier this solution was there, but it was not being adopted, and there was not a guideline from the government perspective as well. So government has given that fill that gap which was there. And the second, that now the telemedicine solution is a component of an enterprise solution. And if you're talking about the component of enterprise solution, earlier it was a nice to have. Now it has become a must-have feature. If any enterprise solution, if this feature is not there, the hospital is not going to accept. And post-COVID era, there is neither the patient nor the clinicians are going to go back on the platform earlier they were working. Now they have understood that because the patient has got to believe into that, and if the patient has got the belief, that then the patient engagement between the patient, doctors and the patients, they are not going to lose it. So this post-COVID, this technology will move to the next gen. And the next gen I'm talking about, if they're talking the next gen, the robotic comes picture in terms of your delivering the means within the organization, between the nurse and the patient, between the patient and the the healthcare providers. So the robotic technology is going to take a great shape. The technology is there, but it has not been adopted. It was not been adopted because the people are not ready to spend into that, because too cost effective. But too costly, not cost effective, too costly. Only there are few robotic surgeries are being done in few hospitals. One of them, the Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Hospital, is there. So the next gen technology is going to take the lead position in terms of taking this healthcare organization to the next level. And now this constraint in terms of the adoption from the clinical perspective and the constraint from the spend from the hospital side. So that myth has been, up to some extent, has been addressed automatically by this COVID era. As Dr. Sharif has rightly said, that IT is an enabler to deliver the quality health care. It means if there is no IT, you cannot say that you are delivering the quality health care. I'm telling you that in India, if you see the last year data, almost 5 million of people are dying due to the clinical errors, which has been doing unknowingly. Nobody does the knowingly the errors, but it is being that clinical errors has been done unknowingly. 50 lakhs people, means 5 million people are dying due to clinical errors. So for that, there are some organizations like HIMSS were working to reduce this. But now this technology has come up. That technology adoption from the end user perspective, from the hospital organization perspective, they are going to take it ahead to the next level for sure. The second question, what we have asked, not only the technology into the healthcare informatics perspective, the technology is going to take a lead to all those vendors who are associated with the organization, with the healthcare providers. If they are not having the digital platform to communicate between the hospital and the vendor, so though means it's not going to work. They have to means the healthcare organization is going to enforce to adopt the technology so that they can do the communications. And if they're going to do the communication, they're going to deal to close the deal. They have to be into that platform. So that's the way I look at your questions to answer it.
Thank you, Salim, so much. And I thank both Salim and Dr. Sharif for sharing your experience, both from your individual organization perspective, your overall years of experience, as well as from the industry perspective. I hope that audience really gained some insights. And thanks, Elets, once again, for getting us together here. And as a team, I think today we are concluding here, saying that technology is here to stay, technology is here to grow, and new innovations are going to come in. But it is up to the industries, like how quickly they adopt, they make it kind of use it for their kind of growth, but not just leaving to the technology to deliver everything. So technology is not here to do the wonders by itself, but definitely we are here to really so as a CIOs, I think we are here to bring in the right technology, introduce in the right manner in the right time. But it is up to the industry really to kind of make use of us and of the technology. So thank you, everyone, and stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving ahead with another panel on what will be the disrupted deliveries in the healthcare and pharma sector post-COVID-19 pandemic, I would like to invite Mr. Sriji Gopinathan, Global Chief Information Officer, Lupin, and Mr. Ravi Sharma, Head IT, Wanberry Limited, to please proceed and share their insights.
Okay. Hello everyone. So here I am Sriji Gopinathan, CIO of Lupin, and with me I have Ravi Sharma, who's head of IT in Wanberry Limited. Thank you very much for this invitation to be part of this discussion in Elets National CIO Virtual Conclave 2020. The topic Ravi and I would be discussing today will be what will be the disruptive deliveries in healthcare and pharma post-COVID. As we all know, COVID has been, the sort of front runner news in everything that is happening around us, be it the business or personal life, and it has had its fair share of impact on every sector. There is a thought that healthcare and pharma has not been really impacted, but I think that is not really true. There has been an impact on the healthcare and pharma sector as well. So we would focus on this sector in this discussion as we take this forward. Ravi, by asking you, what were the challenges and opportunities that you faced amid the COVID times in your company?
Yeah, actually, this is something which was, uncalled for. Nobody knew what is going to come, and I am sure nobody was prepared for this. So the most of the the challenges what the IT department faced is how to continue the business. Even if when the users are at home, how to make sure that the factories are operational, how to make sure that we get the we place the orders with the customers for the raw material. And most important is that, most of the organization, everybody is not ready to be deployed with the laptops. So the major challenges was the get the things on board, make sure that everybody, not everybody, but most of the people who are required to see that the business is functioning smoothly are to be provided with the remote access. They should be enabled with the work from home facility, and then keeping in mind the security part, because once we start working from home, I'm sure none of the home network is secure, and we are entering into a company network through an unsecured network. So there are a lot of challenges in that, and then see that provide users the remote support, make sure that the applications are up and running, observe them, monitor them remotely on time to time basis. It's not daily basis, but the maybe a sort of every hour basis. Make sure that the server room lights are on. That is a major challenge to be faced by the most of the IT people, and see that the required information flows to the people who are the decision maker in the organization. These were the major challenges we have faced, and fortunately, even though there were the challenges, there were the opportunities. This was the time for us to think what we can do beyond what we have right now in our plate. Like everybody is not on the cloud, so now we have a chance that some of the informations which are required to be shared commonly by all the users are to be placed in a central network from where the people can access. Because I am sure the last mile which is there in the organizations is not adequate enough to cater to all the users to work remotely. So this was one of the biggest thing, and this has given a sort of opportunity for us now. Yes, we will be exploring most of the things, and then the other thing is security part. So security also will be one of the another challenge, and converted into opportunity to be tightened in the organizations. Yeah.
How about the digitization? Do you have a digital transformation journey? Is that having an impact because of COVID?
Yeah, this will have impact. The reason is, for example, let's take an example of pharma. Like at least on a shop floor, things flow through paper. Like we have BPR, BMR. Okay, now the regulators have not yet accepted fully the eBPR and eBMR. So this will definitely give a chance for the regulator to accept some of the information which are in a digital form. See, one of the things what happened for us is there was an audit announced by some of the regulators, and then it is difficult for them to come over there. So it was a sort of a remote audit, and things will be taken care of through that document sharing at a common folder, and then sharing information one to one through the the webcams and all that.
Okay. All right.
So I just want to know how far is the the supply chain was taken care of during this COVID, because this was one of the basic things which is required for the manufacturing organizations, be it pharma or be it any other organizations. So can you throw some light? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, as pharma and healthcare sector, even though immediately after the post lockdown, which was like end of March, there wasn't any day where the business was completely shut down. There were a couple of days where it took to understand, okay, how do we operate, how do we get the required passes and everything, from a manufacturing and supply chain point of view. So that took a couple of days. But then the other challenge was people. The people who were supposed to be doing the work in our warehouses, etc. They a lot of them had gone back to their hometowns, villages, etc. So there was a manpower availability issue as well. But I think in a week to 10 days, we found other mechanisms, other people to come and make things happen. So the other problem was the trucks availability. The normal trucking companies, the freight providers also could not provide the trucks, again because of lack of drivers and things like issues like that. So there also we had to make a lot of alternate arrangements, smaller vehicles, in some cases even taxis, all those kind of things had to be arranged in the short term. But now if I look at now, which is a few months down the line, and you can see some indications that the government is starting to relax the lockdown as well. So even though in Maharashtra, for example, the lockdown has been extended till 30th, there are bits and pieces of relaxation also that is happening if you read through the guideline that has come from the government. There were actions taken early on to address some of the challenges, which is helping, and I think we are seeing now some people are coming back as well. The biggest challenge, although, apart from all of this, was the increase in cost, especially for the air freight. I think it went multifold, especially because of the export business that we have. The freight cost has gone actually multifold in the first few weeks and maybe a couple of months as well. It has come down a little bit over the last month or so, but still it is quite significantly higher compared to what it was. So apart from the logistical challenge and the manpower availability challenge and alternate arrangements that we have to make, there has been an impact on the cost base of freight itself. So that essentially means it has an impact on the profitability of the company as well, right? So you will continue to see that as we go. As far as the logistical issues are concerned, we are, I think, pretty much there. Localized lockdowns still continue to happen in certain areas, especially when it comes to some of the other partners and vendors that we use in our supply chain. Suddenly they will have to shut down. They're not able to get the material to us, and all those kind of issues are still there, and that will continue to happen depending on whether that area is classified as a problem area or not, the red zone or not. But otherwise, more or less, I think we are back. In terms of the normalcy as far as the supply chain logistics is concerned. Cost remains a concern. So we will see how that evolves. Hopefully the rates will come down with the airline industry taking a hit. This is not something which will come back in the short term, is what I feel. Yeah.
And like, what is the outlook growth sector? Outlook for this sector in terms of growth, like because of the challenges.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at the pharma sector or the healthcare sector, the fundamentals of that industry, I think, is not going to change very heavily, right? Because this is about healthcare. This is about availability of medicines and other therapies that is needed for people. Now, if you look at the next layer of that, there is chronic care as well as acute care. So chronic care, I don't think, apart from some spikes where people started buying medicines thinking that it may not be available early on during this lockdown, I think the business is normal. People, need those medicines and they need to take those medicines without any compromise, right? And so chronic care will continue as normal as earlier. Acute care, there is an impact because you and I, for example, will go to a doctor for something which is not extremely a problem. That's not extremely an issue. We will go most likely if it becomes unmanageable only, right? Also, some of the doctors are, even though now most of the doctors are back and seeing the patients, except some of the senior doctors. So there is an issue in the acute care. So there is an impact as far as the business is concerned as well. So to that extent, if you look at the baseline business, there is an impact. So that will have an impact in the growth as well. However, COVID itself is bringing its own challenges to people and opportunities as well for the sector, right? So from that point of view, vaccine is a journey that a lot of companies are on. There are also other medicines like hydrochloroquine and remdesivir and other medicines which is used for treatment. So those kind of azithromycin is another one. Yeah, so those kind of medicines will see growth. Respiratory treatments, yeah, because of the COVID issues. So all those sectors will see a extra push in terms of the growth. So I think I can't exactly say where it will be, how much it will be, etc. But I think this is how I think about the growth story. There is some opportunity as well as there are some challenges. So the sector will do okay, I think. Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. Let me ask you, Ravi, from an R&D point of view, how do you see what the role of R&D is as far as this sector is concerned, and what are the how do you see R&D making an expanding influence in this sector as we go because of the new challenges which is here?
Yeah, R&D has actually a very good opportunity as far as the future of the medicine is concerned, because we don't know what is going to come next. So people are sort of R&D people are going to be guessing and then being on a toe. They have to be a bit fast as far as the any molecule development is concerned. But only challenges are that even if something is developed, there are a lot of formalities and the procedures which are followed, whether it is at state government level or the US FDA level. Okay, so those are things, something I think which I feel the process should be a bit shortened, so that the right amount of medicine can go to the right people at the right time. And definitely the R&D is going to have a very good role in future in this particular segment.
Okay. Now, I think as far as technology is concerned, also, do you see there is a role that we as technology flag bearers in the company can help R&D?
Yeah, definitely. Because any development is technology driven. So any new development in terms of technology should be deployed in the organization to make sure that we get the most efficient results out of it. So technology definitely is going to have a driver as far as the future R&D perspective is concerned.
Yeah, so I think this sector especially in the Indian generic sector, where we are also trying some new molecule development, etc., there is a significant role. And I think all the Indian pharma companies probably needs to grab that opportunity and start using technology to drive not just the manufacturing, but also to enhance the speed of drug discovery and developing new molecules. So this is a new area for a lot of us. But I think as far as the new technology is concerned, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., there is a ton of opportunity out there which can help. But this is a mindset shift as well in many instances. So the industry as a whole will have to open the arms and start adopting this technology, so that there is new ways of new and better ways of doing it. Is what I think.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So, as far as other technology deployments are concerned, Ravi, what is the story there in Banbury? How do you think that is happening in your company, as well as how do you see this going forward in the healthcare and pharma industry sector is concerned? What are the big ones which you think is going to be?
Digitization is one of the quick wins in this particular area as far as the opportunity is concerned, because the moment digitization is done, then we have to think about as far as the production part is concerned, the robotic particular technology, robotic process automation, that is the one thing. And then as far as the decision making, this particular or coming to a particular decision is concerned, you have to think of the ML part of it, because a lot of things are required to be system driven instead of a person dependent, because human again finally taking decision on that, it will have some impact on the speed of the development is concerned. So the ML will be the next one, and the robotic process automation as far as the shop floor thing is concerned.
Okay.
But before we do these things, yes, IoT part is required.
Okay. So is this a journey that you have already started on?
No, we are thinking of it. We are just in a discussion phase right now, and then we will be opting out some of these things.
But I just want to pick a little bit on what you said. In the digitization journey, you think it is going to be a quick win? There might be some quick wins there, but there might be some difficult wins also there, right? I mean,
yes. Yeah, like we have to catch the low-hanging fruits first, and then see that how it responds, and then take the next one. It's like
and organizationally, are you seeing the receptiveness towards this?
It will not be immediately, but then yes, we have to involve people who are the decision makers, to have into the discussions, and then we have to feed them the information. So yes, as far as the change is concerned, change is not something which is accepted by the human being immediately. They always try to see what are the pros and cons of this, and then subsequently the decision was taken.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I think I feel as an industry, when I talk to some of the leaders, in the sector, they are seeing that this is sort of a must do. Many of them, maybe not everybody, but many of them are seeing that this is a must do, because if you don't do it now, you can actually be left behind. It's like some of the stories where we have some pioneering companies were left behind, like Sony, what they did. It took a long time for them to recover because they did not move with the trend and the technology advancements that was happening, right? So similarly, I think there is a realization that we need to, grab the opportunity, embrace technologies, go through the digitization journey, and that too not just in manufacturing and quality. Manufacturing and quality, of course, there is a lot of opportunity that we can go after as far as the yield management is concerned, as far as the efficiency of the processes are concerned, utilities,
Yeah.
and quality processes. So a lot of things that we can do. But also, if you look at it from the front end, sales and marketing point of view, the way engagement happens with the doctor community, healthcare professional community, those are also going through a transformation. Doctors are a very, very busy lot of people who does not have time to even think, right? Because the number of patients that they see on a daily basis is very, very high. But now they're realizing that without technology adoption, that is a section of the patient community cannot be served. And hence, they are really open towards adopting these kind of technologies, whether it is teleconsultation or whether it is even content consumption, whether it is prescription management, all those things are going virtual and online so that the patient can get the services. That is an area where I'm seeing there's a huge shift in mindset as well. As normalcy or whatever sort of normalcy that comes back after COVID, there will be a new normal. There will be a lot of people who will continue to leverage this kind of technology. There might be cases where doctors might say, okay, the first time they want to physically see because of the specific condition that is being discussed, but then the follow-ons are most likely going to be online, is what we're hearing. And then in the middle, whatever is their supply chain, traditionally also everybody wanted to do a lot of things. This is the most complex part, but I think that will also go through some acceleration, is what I think. So there's a lot of interesting times ahead as far as technology deployment is concerned. This is the field, this is the understanding that I have based on many discussions that I've had inside as well as outside my company. Yeah. So what is your action plan looking like for the next year?
Yeah, actually, we don't know how the things are going to be, but still we have to make action plan for the next year. One of the most important things will be we have to think about the protection of IPA, so in terms of security. So that will be the topmost part in the list. And then subsequently, we have to think of going more into digitization and try to exploit the cloud so that the information are available to people at any time. And then look about the doing the the automations as we discussed earlier in the shop floor level, so that we can have the movement and the accuracy in the entire process.
And do you already have all the foundation systems like LIMS, EBPR, etc. already in place, or?
EBPR, no, we don't have. That's what I said. The EBPR is something which we'll be talking about. Yes, LIMS part is already there. So, because there was a challenges earlier, the regulators were not ready to accept the EBPR directly. So, but now I think things are changing now, and things are moving. But yes, this is one of the good steps which we will discuss with the actual stakeholders and then take a call on them.
Okay, very good. So, do you also see a need for sort of new technology capabilities to be developed or acquired within your organization to cope with the new challenges that you have?
Yes, there is an opportunity for the new technology. Because whatever we deployed, that was something like more than 4-5 years back. And then definitely we need to have the improvement. We need to go for the new systems which are more efficient than what it is right now. And then think about enhancing the other areas. For example, a simple example like we are using SAP. But yes, we will go for the next version of SAP, which is S/4HANA, so that the actual decision makers are not depending on that information which is pushed to them, but they can directly see things on the fly. So these are the plans what we have.
Okay, so you think there is some sort of reskilling and upskilling also needed for the team?
Yes, it will be required, because the same team it is difficult to manage or get adapted to the new technology. So yes, there will be upskilling in the team.
All right. So yeah, I think thanks, Ravi. This has been a good discussion. So overall, what we are saying is that COVID, while it has brought a lot of challenges, this is possibly opening a window of opportunity as well, especially from a technology leverage point of view. And hence, this is something which we as the technology department needs to grab and do whatever it takes as far as the deliveries are needed, whether it is foundational systems missing, where you need to go and put that in, or whether it is the data leverage that we can bring on top of that as far as the data analytics, intelligence, learning, artificial intelligence and ML and things like that. So there's a lot of opportunity which is out there, and whoever grabs it, whoever makes the best out of it, is probably going to come out as a winner, is what we're saying, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
All right.
Totally agree.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Ravi. It was good talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Srini. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sriti Gopinathan, Global Chief Information Officer, Lupin, and Mr. Ravi Sharma, Head IT, Wanberry Limited, for sharing their insightful views. Moving ahead, we will now have a networking break and visit to Expo. I would request everyone to please have a look over the booths and get in touch with the salesperson on the option given live chat on their Expo booths.
In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that connectivity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator, based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This is TeamViewer. With the ability to run on any major operating system and device, TeamViewer's leading interoperability bridges the inconsistency of modern IT chaos. Other than a puzzle of single-purpose applications, TeamViewer is the one multi-purpose platform. With unparalleled system and hardware control beyond the application layer, companies all around the world can build their specific use cases with TeamViewer. Gaining access to Linux servers from an Android tablet? No problem. Regardless of endpoint type, with or without display, screen, or keyboard, it provides full device control, as if users were sitting in front of it, even in case of shutdown or restart. With remote incident management and troubleshooting, technical support for any PC, mobile, or IoT device and machine is possible without someone actually being present. It doesn't require firewall or infrastructure configuration, but rather works innovatively by automatically choosing the best connection protocol and routing server. This ensures real-time connection with low latency, often even establishing a direct connection between clients to achieve the best possible performance. If you can surf the web, you can use TeamViewer. Just enter your ID and password and you're good to go. Additionally, TeamViewer can be seamlessly implemented into other software solutions. All TeamViewer sessions are end-to-end encrypted, which allows secure, private communication between endpoints in the TeamViewer infrastructure. Therefore, nobody, not even TeamViewer, can see or gain access to your session content. TeamViewer's unique network with more than 1,000 routing servers globally is connected with up to 45 million devices at the same time, ready to start a TeamViewer session. This number is infinitely scalable, even in the most remote locations with bandwidth challenges. TeamViewer excels with smart context-aware connectivity and tailored compression technology. So no matter where you are, which device and operating system you use, or how you want to tap digital transformation, TeamViewer just works.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional IT solutions to the empowering Nivetus robotic process automation. Nivetus RPA is built with three powerful components. Nivetus RPA bots. They operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nivetus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nivetus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nivetus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution that helps enterprises achieve reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%, mature governance and scalability, more than 30% ROI in weeks, enhanced customer experiences. And that's not all. Nivetus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nivetus RPA today.
In today's world, customers expect to be known and valued through highly personalized service. Businesses need to adapt more quickly than ever before to meet these constantly evolving demands. To do so, industries around the world are looking for software solutions that solve these needs quickly and efficiently. LifeRay Digital Experience Platform is an enterprise software tailored for you and your organization's needs.
LifeRay DXP allows you to create portals, intranets, extranets, websites, and integrate with other systems to build connected experiences all on a single platform. LifeRay DXP is designed to help companies meet modern demands, meeting the unique needs of your employees and customers by providing powerful out-of-the-box features. Integrate, organize, and manage users and permissions. Share information across your users and organizations using built-in features such as blogs, message boards, and notifications.
Use forms and create workflows for user management and self-service, both of which can be built and automated with a simple drag-and-drop interface. Easily create, then iterate your web pages, leveraging LifeRay's auto-versioning and staging features.
In addition, achieve high-level security with enterprise security practices and protocols, and easily create GDPR-compliant applications. This helps your organization simplify the creation of secure, tailored solutions that will be relevant for many years to come.
Solutions built on LifeRay DXP can be deployed on-premises or on the cloud, with cloud support ready to go out of the box. Everything built on LifeRay DXP automatically adjusts to fit any device with the ability to create native mobile applications.
With easy scalability, companies can use LifeRay DXP to expand and replicate systems to match growing needs, using ready-to-use pre-built modules. It's built with technology standards that ensure compatibility with your development stack and your team's skills.
Join the many organizations around the world that use LifeRay DXP to improve their business processes, efficiency, and experiences to rapidly react to shifting customer demands and new advancements in technology. See what LifeRay DXP can do for you and become a leader in your industry.
Yeah, another level chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Oh, to another level. I'm going all the way. I'm going. Yeah, my blood is rebel. I'm going. To another level.
In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that connectivity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator, based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This is TeamViewer. With the ability to run on any major operating system and device, TeamViewer's leading interoperability bridges the inconsistency of modern IT chaos. Other than a puzzle of single-purpose applications, TeamViewer is the one multi-purpose platform. With unparalleled system and hardware control beyond the application layer, companies all around the world can build their specific use cases with TeamViewer. Gaining access to Linux servers from an Android tablet? No problem. Regardless of endpoint type, with or without display, screen, or keyboard, it provides full device control, as if users were sitting in front of it, even in case of shutdown or restart. With remote incident management and troubleshooting, technical support for any PC, mobile, or IoT device and machine is possible without someone actually being present. It doesn't require firewall or infrastructure configuration, but rather works innovatively by automatically choosing the best connection protocol and routing server. This ensures real-time connection with low latency, often even establishing a direct connection between clients to achieve the best possible performance. If you can surf the web, you can use TeamViewer. Just enter your ID and password and you're good to go. Additionally, TeamViewer can be seamlessly implemented into other software solutions. All TeamViewer sessions are end-to-end encrypted, which allows secure, private communication between endpoints in the TeamViewer infrastructure. Therefore, nobody, not even TeamViewer, can see or gain access to your session content. TeamViewer's unique network with more than 1,000 35 million devices at the same time, ready to start a TeamViewer session. This number is infinitely scalable, even in the most remote locations with bandwidth challenges. TeamViewer excels with smart context awareness. So no matter where you are, which device and operating system you use, or how you want to tap digital transformation, TeamViewer just works. In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after a quick break. Now we will proceed towards another sector of the day, which is automobile sector. For this, we have Mr. Prakash Kumar, Head IT, BMW Group, and Mr. Srinivas Thimaya, Program Manager, Technology and Security, Mercedes-Benz, to share their insights on how cybersecurity and Internet of Things are considered during the pandemic. Over to you, Mr. Prakash and Mr. Srinivas.
Hello, Mr. Srinivas. It's a pleasure having you on this panel. We two of us will be discussing now on this topic of IoT and impact on it on cybersecurity, and also in light of the current pandemic situation which is there across the world. We all are facing a new scenario. And so it will be the next few minutes or half an hour we'll be talking about how this has impacted us and how it is impacting the life of we as an IT professionals. So, Mr. Srinivas, before we start, let me first introduce myself. So I am Prakash. I am heading the IT for BMW Group in India, and I'm also responsible for the DevOps hub, which is based out of India. So we are developing solutions for all other different markets of the BMW. So in that way, it's a pretty broad area which I'm right now looking after. I'm in this automotive industry now for almost 6 years out of my total 22 years in the IT industry. It's a pretty long time, but it's a very interesting time, and of course you will agree that this nobody would have ever imagined that this is the kind of situation which we'll be in. Automotive industry, by the way, also is getting into a lot of dynamic situation. You say all of us are into a very different kind of a world now getting in. Automotive industry, which was for 100 years, if you see, it was kind of very sluggish, very in a very uniform way it was moving. Now suddenly there is a lot of disruptions, and amidst this disruption, the another disruption which has come in is this pandemic. So I'm sure. So before we start, Mr. Srinivas, can you just briefly let us know about yourself and where you are based out of, so that our viewers will know about it.
Sure. So thanks a lot for letting us know about you, Mr. Prakash. Thank you so much for that. Well, I think before I start, I would also like to convey my thanks in regards to Elets for a kind invitation. Because I'm really excited. I'm part of this panel discussion, and also have the members like you. So where definitely I will learn a new lot of things from this discussion. And the other one remark which I want to highlight here is with quotes especially. So whatever the views or thoughts which I share in this discussion, it's purely about my own experience and my own thoughts. And this has nothing to do with my current roles and responsibilities or with my current organization. So with that, so my name is Srinivas Timaya, and I work for Mercedes-Benz System Development India. So in short, it is called as MBRDI. It is a Daimler HV Group company, and we have HQ in Germany. And in MBRDI, I am basically responsible for taking care of a couple of security services. So to name a few, like security architecture, or risk management, internal audits, so on and so forth. So mainly serving our internal customers across the globe. And if I want to give a few intro about my work experience, so this is my 16th year of a journey in the IT industry. So working for various multinational organizations like Toyota Corporation, First American India, so on and so forth. And I also, I think, an opportunity to basically spend more than a decade of my experience completely into information security, and now it is so-called the cybersecurity domain. And this is all about me. And I would also remind this to Mansi and also the entire Elets team. This is my second panel discussion from the last year. So thank you so much for that. The Elets team. And this is about me, Prakash.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Srinivas. We respect this definitely individuality and your wealth of experience. That is what we would be looking for. In fact, I also would be talking more of generic stuff, how the industry is facing and what is happening around. So happy to be on the panel, and it would be of great help to get some insights from you, from stalwarts like you who are working in the area of security, which has become so important in the current scenario, and it's going to be even more important coming forward. Yeah. So before I start, Mr. Srinivas, I would like to just get your views on how this corona had actually impacted the industry. Means how it arrived, what was your first thoughts when it happened, and how the people around you, everybody took it in the beginning.
I think this is a very interesting question, right? So, if you ask me from my perspective, I think nobody probably would also imagine like this is a situation which we will be going through. So when we look back around 4 to 5 months back. So from my perspective, by and large, like I think almost all the organizations or the industries has been affected by this corona. So there is no doubt about that. But the only difference is like what is the scale? Okay, some organizations probably would have affected massively. Some organizations probably will have a less impact on this. And especially to name the organizations which are badly affected is the transport or hospitality industries. So the tourism, so all these industries are badly affected because like it is one of the main things like people have to go there, so people have to engage. So the presence is essential in those industries. And if you look on the contrary side, right, so there are also industries which actually made a kind of a good benefit out of it. So for example, the pharma industry. Okay, so these are the industries like where people have to buy medicines, and it is kind of a necessity for the human being, right? And on the other side, like the food industry. Okay, so especially this is also one mandatory thing, so which human being cannot actually live without this. And this also has considerably seen a raise in terms of the overall the consumption and also the overall. And I would also like to highlight here. So one of my close friends who's actually into the food industry was stating like, so during the lockdown period, so he had actually huge business. So compare to the unlocked times. So this is his experience because like people actually like have to have, and like it has seen a exponential growth in that field. But if you look from the organization perspective, right? So this is very tricky, and also this is challenging for all the organizations. So there is no doubt, or no, not specific to any industry. But the organization definitely is a challenge. And from my perspective, like the organizations which are say less than a top 5 or top 10 organizations also have seen the heat. So why do I say this? So because like so nobody really expected like these kind of situations will come in. So from that perspective, like they also have their own strategy, they also have their own planning, so which was catering to a smaller amount of disasters or at a smaller amount of issues which they can foresee. But pandemic has definitely taken all those assumptions wrong, and now the organizations have to relook into the new strategy, and they have to redefine the entire the policies and also the way of living.
So perfectly right. What you said is actually means all who are in the IT industry, they have seen it. So what I make out of it, that there were actually two sides of impact of the corona. One for the internal employee itself, which I mean that not only individual employees, but the way of working, the mode of working, this got overnight changed.
Yeah.
So from a daily routine when we were waking up in the morning and 7 o'clock taking a bath and then rushing with the car, going in the traffic, reaching the office, and the meeting rooms and the discussions and all, this whole lot of stuffs were completely disrupted. And everybody came to his home and started working from home. Nobody would have imagined, at least I see around, I talk to a lot of my IT colleagues in the industry, and nobody was actually prepared that 100% of the people would be working out of home. And working, and obviously it's not just working. You need to have a right kind of tools, technologies, everything to work with, so that you can contribute to your organization and you can keep your organization running at the same time. So in this context, if I want to understand your perspective, that when we are working from home, obviously we are using a lot of tools like Office 365 and a lot of now communication channels which has opened, but at the same time it has brought up a lot of cyber threats also. What has happened that you are now working on the tools remotely from a from a home and from a public network, you are using it and you are going and that too in a industries which are very IP driven and very very sensitive to the customer data. These kind of scenarios, it brings a lot of security risk. So if I want to understand your perspective in this case, that how you see the industries actually has coped up with it. What are the typically the best practices they have adopted while working from home and enabling the employees to do in a more safe manner?
Yes, I think this is also a very valid question with the current situation, right? So as you rightly said, like we used to get up, so get ready for the office, go to office, to look for the meeting room, so on and so forth. But overnight, everything got changed. Okay, but when we look at the ground reality, right? So this is actually a very challenging task, mainly for the IT department or for the IT team alone. So because so when they plan their IT the IT strategy, or when they have the planning for the entire the IT stuff, so that there will be some target, and also like they'll always go with some proportion, like okay, so if there are 100 employees, so say let's go with 20% or 80% ratio, so on and so forth. But when you have to suddenly move your on-site office to your home office, the entire technology will change us. And also, as you rightly mentioned, like it will also open up a lot of security issues, which can also a huge impact to the organizations. So the other part is like when we talk about the IT assets, right? So because not all the employees probably will have IT assets. So then, like you also have to manage like how securely you will deliver those IT assets to the people working from home. Okay, and on top of that, you also have to establish the secure connection, which is more important. The interesting part, and also like whenever I discuss these topics with any of the industry colleagues, right? The most important topic is like about the secure VPN. Okay, so VPN is actually becoming a de facto standard for any employees who want to work remotely. Okay, and but the other interesting part is like how do you secure those VPNs? So what are the credentials, and like how exactly like the people are not trying to not intentionally, but they're also not falsified by any of the phishing attacks or any type of attacks which can actually make the employees kind of blindfolded and take the information from the system. So there are actually industry best practices. So if you look at like there are a lot of the interesting stuff the people have shared. Okay, but if you ask me from my perspective, there are around five interesting kind of a best practice which I actually follow, and also like I'll share this with my people. The one is like whenever you have the communication channel established with your applications, so it is always advised like you have a secure communication. What I mean is like it should be a TLS encrypted with a new 1.3 encryption standard. So at least like like whatever the communication which happens from your system and also the destination is encrypted. So nobody can try to basically try to alter or can basically sniff the data. That is one of the key important factors which I can recommend. And on top of that, when we look from your critical assets or so-called the crown jewels, so we also can look about the multi-factor authentications, right? So I understand like we cannot really go for all of our applications, but it is possible like you define like what are your critical assets, and for that you can seriously look for multi-factor authentication. At least for some reason, if your systems are compromised, then you have the flexibility to at least try do some kind of avoid mechanism that so in which case like your system like your data is not actually compromised. And also the third important factor which I believe is like so exposing your systems to the internet, right? So now it has become a kind of a de facto because like so everyone are actually working from home and like everyone wants access to data very instantly. Agreed, but also like we have to be very cautious and take some kind of security precautions so that my systems are not exposed to internet. And if so, so you have security controls in place. For example, like you do your security checks like vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, the security checks on your source code, so on and so forth. And the fourth important topic is like yes, so bring your own device is also a kind of a culture in most of the organizations, and there is no doubt about that. And we also have to encourage going forward. So with this situations, in terms of the cost, in terms of the reachability, so on and so forth. But you also have to have necessary controls in place, so where you see like the systems which people are the or the users are actually using it is meeting your necessary standards. So for example, it can be on your patch level, it can be on antivirus level, and also it can be on the system's OS in terms of licensing, and there are also other parameters which we have to check. And most importantly, I think this is like a kind of a de facto thing which we have to follow, and most of the organizations also agree to this: security awareness, right? So we know, like, we have all the tools, we have all technologies, like so we have every controls in place, but until and unless like people are actually aware like how they have to use and how they have to basically use for only for the office purpose, and now they should not share that information. So then the entire things collapses. So there's like a kind of a de facto thing which we have to keep on doing on a regular basis, so people are actually aware like what they have to do. I think these are typical steps which I would probably recommend. And also
I agree. I agree with you, Mr. Srinivas. That's definitely your five-pronged approach. Is most of the industries are contemplating. Some of them were actually ahead of the curve, so they were ready with it.
Yeah.
Some they realized maybe after it all happened. But those who were prepared, like having the really secure applications, if the organizations who are really very pro in conducting the pen test, the host assessment, the secure, the code reviews and everything, they didn't find any challenge. And obviously the VPN and the TLS and all these stuffs, now everybody is kind of it's becoming a day-to-day norm. It was kind of a very few people using. But did you see that suddenly the organizations were suddenly there was a surge in the usage of these tools, and so how do you see the organization coping up with it? Means getting all the infrastructure ready to meet all this. There was a lot of load on the network. Sometimes the organizations where there were hardly 10% of the people at a time would be using a VPN, then suddenly 100% people has gone onto the VPN. So, and obviously coupled with that, there were a lot of the level of awareness also, a point which you said very importantly, that the security awareness to the people is very important. That how you are logging in, from where you are logging in, what kind of data you are sharing, are you so they are now using public places, and in a house, or it's an open place, it's not a closed territory, an office, and you are doing an official document sharing and everything, you are doing it. So it's a new paradigm. Of course, those who were prepared coped it up well, but definitely it created a bit of a challenge for many companies who were not ready for it. Taking it forward, Mr. Srinivas, one was this employee challenge. The second is, you know, the business strategy itself is now changing. And the industry, the automotive industry in general, if you see now, is it's heavily impacted with this industry 4.0. And there is a lot of influence now coming into the car technology, even the way the business is run. A lot of machine-to-machine interactions now started happening. Things are getting talked like autonomous driving. Things are being talked where your external applications are now working with this. And with pandemic coming in, this is bringing even more to the organization. What I have seen, that there is a lot of change in the business models of the companies. They are going online. So a lot of the customer interactions are now happening. Even the buying happening online. Even the service appointments, the repairs, and all these stuffs which the dealers are doing, they're doing it online. And they're creating more and more systems which are contactless. where you don't need to have, and it's not, it's across the industry. Means in the automotive industry, I think all the companies are catching up. They are, see, it happens that one company starts and another one follows, and then another one follows, and finally it becomes an industry norm. So almost everybody is doing it. So do you see, how do you see this IoT actually coming into this segment, and how much impact you see? And once the IoT comes in, then obviously the cyber security also comes a lot. Because if somebody is running a car and his car is interacting with some external system, it's interacting to something in the cloud, and the systems are not secured, it is always vulnerable to somebody hacking into it and can do anything to it. So in this scenario, how do you see the automotive industry? What kind of challenges it's facing and what it's doing?
I think this is also in the odd topic which is actually discussing in the industry as of now. So as you rightly mentioned, like there's a kind of a transformation happening in the automobile industry altogether. So starting from the electric, and then starting from the IoT, then like we talk about CO2, so on and so forth. Okay, but when we specifically mention in terms of the business strategy, right? So completely agreed. Okay, there is no second thought about that. Organization have to relook into their entire strategy, and this is what the organizations are doing. And the second important piece is like, so when we talk about the online platforms or the online collaboration tools, right? So now even at least till the pandemic, like they were kind of resistance, like no, the IT is only focusing on the collaboration tools. It is only consumed by them, so on and so forth. But now it is actually also forcefully, so the sales and marketing or the other departments which also are using, and they are actually successfully using these tools to promote the products, to promote the organization, and also like to give services to the end customers. So this is, I think this will be the new norm going forward. So there is no second thought about that. And when we specifically talk about the IoTs, right? So yes, IoT is actually the important topic, especially in terms of the manufacturing areas. Okay, and if you ask me, what are the main driving factors for that? Is like so we are mainly looking from the safety perspective, right? So we want to avoid unnecessary accidents which happens at the industries. And the second important factor is like when we talk about the inventory. So these are the systems like which will also get you an idea about like what is the inventory which is happening on your backend, which will definitely see a forecast for your business, and this will help the overall supply chain mechanism. Another important factor about the cost, right? So when we look at the first two parameters, so obviously the cost is involved in all these things, and with the current situation, with all the economic crisis, a single penny is also counted. So,
Correct.
So from that perspective, like the cost is becoming one of the de facto standards for that. And last but not the least, like functional safety. Yes, so we also have to take care about the safety from the functional side. So when you have your entire system running on, and if for some reason if some of your robots are malfunctioning, and it has a huge impact on your the entire the platform. So this will definitely cause a huge downtime, and definitely again it will lead to a cost, and which you have to answer finally to your stakeholders. Okay, and if you and as you rightly said, right? So IoT is basically it is experiencing is the fourth generation or the fourth industrial revolution in the industry. So there is no second thought about that. So the applications like IoT or example the AI, the robotics, I think these are the ones which are actually evolving in the industry. And so when we specifically talk about the hardware and the software components, which we are actually amalgamating between with the internet, so these are actually more of a technical driven components, right? So we have to be very careful when we are trying to integrate internet, and when we are actually trying to open up the systems, especially the production systems to the outside world, or it can be, for example, to your office area. So the security parameters have to be taken care. So from my perspective, there are two things. So one is like you should have a very strong the security policies which you define mainly for your the operational or the OT side. So which defines like what are the things you have to keep in place and its implementation. And the second important piece is like you also have to have a regular check on those systems whether it is functioning as it is expected, and do you see any improvements. So as we see in any other IT focused areas, so OT is also taking up a huge change, and we also have to have a very good focus on that. And just to highlight here from the Gartner research perspective, right? So they say like by 2020 this year, so we will see around 20.20 or 20 plus billion of IoT devices in the world. So which is actually a considerable amount. So when we look at the previous months, and when we look at from the revenue perspective, they say around 70 billion. So will be invested on the IoT solutions. So one way it is actually good for the industries to basically make good products and also have a good sales.
So you rightly pointed out that actually the role of IoT is not only in one area, it is getting into every area. Supply chain, you rightly pointed out, is one of the area which is most right now impacted. So it's not only inventory planning, but the things like your predictive maintenance. Means whole of the assembly lines now is like even not only that's everywhere the sensors are connected now, and that's how it's going to step up the industry now. That everything will be now a computer driven, a digital driven. It won't be just a human being. It's the human being will be almost everywhere would be replaced by the sensors and the robots. Now, considering this is a very big impact which the industry is now having, and it's going to shape up the industry. Sooner or later, every manufacturing entity would be adopting it in every part of the work. For every slice of the supply chain would be having this M2M things would be coming in, and the robots would be coming in, the AI would be coming in. So gone are the days when somebody would be doing a maintenance planning. Now your sensors would be telling you which bearing is failing and which particular part is not or wearing out, and then you have to do it in a very planned manner and very automatic manner. I have seen the advanced plants where you won't see a single human being. It's all being run by the robots. every step of the process. Now, considering this, if I ask you very straight and very direct, what are the few couple of things in your opinion from a security point of view an organization should consider to safeguard it from the cyber threats? Now, every part of your machines is actually every part of the assembly line, every part of the manufacturing, your car itself, all the component is now talking to the external world. It's getting exposed to the external world. So what are the key, very basic philosophies which should an organization build in to safeguard it from the cyber risk?
Yeah, I think the cyber security or the cyber risk is actually the hot topic in the industry. Okay, so if you ask me from my perspective, so establishing a clear framework is more important. Okay, so until unless like we have a clear framework which talks like what are the components you have to include in those components, what are the services you want to offer, and also how operationally you have to basically manage. Okay, so somewhat like these are kind of the three pillars which you look from the overall framework perspective. but in the ground area it is entirely different, right? So because cybersecurity can apply to your as you rightly mentioned, for cars, it can be for your manufacturing plant, it can be for IT. So there is no space where cybersecurity is not can be used or exploited. So from that perspective, like the first and foremost is like having the right policy in place. Okay, so until unless like you have a right policy in place, you cannot really enforce the organization and say like, okay, these are the things which you have to mandatorily do it. So these are the things like which you have to basically do it, right? So from that perspective, like the policy plays a very important role. And there is also an argument like, okay, policy alone will not protect us. So agreed. So I am also a technical guy. Okay, but until unless like somebody says like, okay, boss, this is the route and this is how we have to go. So technically also probably sometimes will not support us. So from that perspective, I completely believe like policy is one of the key things. So apart from the policy, like yes, the second thing is about like how you devise your security strategy. So one solid example I can give is, and also it will be very relating to the work which you do in terms of the DevOps or the application development. So starting from the initial phase, right? So if you start involving the security team in terms of understanding the overall design of the application, which we talk about security architecture, so you tend to identify a lot of gaps instead of going to a last stage phase where the system is actually in production. You try to identify the bugs, then again like a lot of things are involved. The other important piece which I want to highlight is like in terms of the offensive and defensive security, right? So in terms of, for example, penetration testing. So as we spoke about this, so like you also have to look at like how you basically look at your penetration testing of your applications. And in this journey, like there is also the one of the actors or the developers, right? So which are actually one of the more important actors which we have to look at. So until unless like you clearly tell them like what is your expectation, like how they have to basically build a secure code, you cannot really also ensure like your application is secure. Okay. So then the most important thing is like once your application or once your system is ready, so how do you ensure like the particular system is actually hosted with, say, for example, hardened the systems, or like you installing the right platform, right solutions, right services? You cannot really ensure like the work which you have done at the previous level will be fulfilled. So it is an entire life cycle. So where each piece plays an important role. So to basically frame the secure application. It is somewhat I can relate to our cars, right? So only wheels cannot basically take our cars. We also have to have steering, so we have to have the engine, so basically the batteries or this so on and so forth. So so all these components plays a major important factor in cybersecurity.
So nicely put it, Mr. Srinivas. Actually, it's basically it starts with your policy. It starts with your policy, and no matter what you are doing in your organization, that has to be governed by that policy. And the policy gives you a framework, and the framework then bring it into, if you deploy that framework, then every bits and pieces of work what you are doing it, starting from your developer and to what's the applications you are developing, or even the production setup what you are having, everywhere that mindset of having embedding security into every element of it. There are a lot of tools now in the DevOps environments now where actually the security has become a part of the integrated part of the whole application development itself. And at every stage you check whether the codes are secured, whether you are opening some open areas, and the pen test, which used to be a kind of a once in a while thing, now it has become a continuous a recurring part of your whole process. So I fully agree with you, and you have very rightly summarized that in the current situation when IoT has become such a significant part of IoT, AI, robotics, everything is becoming such a significant part of the organizations. The security governance, the security policy has become very, very important. And this is the key takeaway I'm taking from conversation with you, that it is basically the policy and the framework. And that drives the organization. And earlier also we talked, you said that the awareness level of the people with this, no matter how much automation or how many tools you put up, it's basically the people who are doing it. And if the people are not aware of it and not well ready to adopt, so the policy should not be just a document, but it has to be into the veins of everybody. So truly said, it's a very, very nice inputs, Mr. Srinivas. Actually, it's a pleasure having you and to know the perspectives here. We are going through a tough time, and I think this is going to continue for some time. And personally, I feel that there is a whole new business dynamics is going to emerge. The way of doing business is going to change. The offices have seen, the IT industry has seen that they can work 100%. probably in some time would be seeing that even the manufacturing would be work from home. So, we would be actually running the whole plant sitting from home. You don't need to be in the plant physically present there, and people would be controlling. So the technology is moving fast and moving, and we are all part of it, of this ecosystem, and we'll see the things growing. So thank you being with us on this panel, and thanks for your insights on all this, the new topics. Thank you, Mr. Srinivas.
Thank you so much. I just want to close this discussion by a small story which I actually read. Okay, so this pandemic situation is actually no different than the previous. When you look at the history, right? It also happened in 18th century, then 16th century, so on and so forth. Okay, interestingly, I read this somewhere. So in 16th century, there was also a pandemic called as bubonic plague. Okay, where this was a time where Isaac Newton was actually in his college days, and even he was actually forced to maintain social distancing, and because of which, like, he has to go to his native, then he has to work from there. But the interesting part is, like, during those times, I think it's almost more than 2 or 3 years. So he used to spend most of his time in his research. Okay, and like I think we already know, like, what was the outcome of those research, the super duper, the gravity theory, and so on and so forth. Okay, so what it technically means is, like, we have to basically look from the positive side, and how effectively we use the situation is actually the key takeaway for us. So with this, I think I would thanks Mr. Prakash. Thank you so much for spending your time and also discussing a lot of topics. So I also learned a lot from the discussion. Thank you so much, and I would also like thanks Elets for this opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll just thank you on behalf of Elets, and thank you to Elets for giving us the time on this panel. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
With this, I would like to thank Mr. Prakash Kumar, Head IT, BMW Group, and Mr. Srinivas Thimmayya, Program Manager, Technology and Security, Mercedes-Benz, for sharing their insights on how cybersecurity and IoT are considered. Moving towards the end of the day, I would now like to invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, to please come and give his thank you note. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Namaskar. I thank all our esteemed speakers and our partners and all the delegates who have attended this 2-day National Virtual CIO Summit. Thanks for joining. I hope you enjoyed all the sessions. Let me thank our esteemed sponsors and partners. And I wish to thank our security partner, Fortinet, and our associate partners, Light Networks, Neosoft Technologies, Nivodas, and our exhibitors, TeamViewer and Liferay. I also would like to request you that if you have liked any session, liked any speaker, please feel free to give your comments and feedback on the our LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram handles, so that we are encouraged to organize similar conferences in the future. Let me also invite you all to our next virtual summit, which is the Financial Services and Insurance Virtual Summit, FSI. And this will be held again on the virtual platform on 8th and 9th of October 2020. So we're looking forward to see you there. And let me also mention you that on in this FSI summit, we will cover NBFCs in a big way, the IT opportunities and challenges for NBFCs, and also we will have another specific day where we will discuss insurance. And we will get the top leaders of the NBFC and the insurance industry, and they will be talking about that how these industries are utilizing the newer aspects of IT, and what are the challenges and opportunities of usage of IT in NBFC and insurance sectors. With this, thank you all again, and namaskar. See you.